Yeah. 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 So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit of accomplice or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge, they don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like, wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agendas are disguised. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifted. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everyone. It is Pam Esquire, also known as your law intellect. And I'm just rushing back in here because I had the little kids come to shovel the snow, and I almost got teary-eyed because little kids just don't come to ask to shovel the snow anymore. But anyway, I had to come on today because I haven't been on all week, and it's not really much to talk about. So I figured that many of you guys have been following the APRocky trial, and today is closing argument. So let's just watch it together. I missed you guys. I had to find something for us to do. So this is what we gonna do. All right. So I am going to see what this judge talking about right now.
During the summations, I will rule on the objection. If I agree with you, I will sustain the objection. If I do not agree with you, I will overrule the objection. But whatever my ruling is, there will be no approaching the bench, there will be no discussion, there will be no debating, and there will be no arguing. The ruling will be the ruling, and then you move on.
We're just requesting that, because a lot of times objections are not done with legal grounds. Objecting where my co-counsel is arguing, and it's just objections sustained. We don't have any idea what the grounds are. So I assume the court able to state grounds,
yes,
or else it's overruled.
Yes, if there's an objection, the legal grounds will have to be stated. If it's not stated, then it will be overruled. But I'm assuming that both sides will state. All right, both sides ready for the jury? Mr. Kozama, are you ready to begin? All right, ready for the jury?
I heard these lawyers been crashing out too.
Yeah, please. Send me.
Sorry, Your Honor, we're waiting on one here.
Do you know which one?
I cannot, I think I know.
All right.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm over here trying to scrounge up this little money to get these kids because I was just excited they knocked on the door to shovel the snow. I have a whole 18-year-old here, but I'm like, shoot, the little 14-year-old want to go make some money. Shout out to the kids out here trying to make money off of this snowstorm. But anyway, I heard, y'all, that I have not watched this. Let me put myself on here. I have not watched this trial in its entirety, but in closing arguments, it's going to be a summary of the trial. So if you guys have not watched this trial, then this may aid you like it will with me on the evidence. They can only put in what the evidence was shown within the trial. Now, it is also a time of which when in opening statements, when the prosecution and the defense were saying what the evidence will show during trial, you can point out what was not shown during trial. Like, you hold them to what they say they are going to show. So you remind the jury of what they said will be shown in the evidence. And if they have not done so, you say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution said that you were going to see A, B, C, D, and E. Did you see it? I didn't see it. I've searched all over, couldn't find nobody. You know, you get all dramatic. You don't sing, but you know what you picking up what I'm putting down. So this is a time where we're going to get a summary of everything that happened. So even if you did not watch this trial, you are going to be able to get information about the trial. So if you don't know about any of these people, have no fear. Have no fear, because now we are all about to learn. Because I didn't watch this either. I watched the main young man, I guess, who said that his knuckles were grazed from bullets from ASAP Rocky. I watched part of his testimony in the membership because everyone was telling me he was crashing out. So I just, that he was lying on the stand. So I just wanted to be nosy and see that. But for the most part, I really didn't hear, I really didn't, hear anything. So, all right, let me turn this back on and let me go, my little snow people. Let me go see if they.
I want to remind you that what the attorneys say is not evidence. However, sometimes the attorneys might say something that you feel will be helpful for you in deliberations. Does anybody need an additional pad of paper? Everybody's okay? All right, about scheduling. I don't think we'll finish the summations today. There may be a little left, so that will be tomorrow. We'll start up again tomorrow at 9:30. After the summations are finished, then you'll be released to deliberate. You will be deliberating tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. If you do not finish tomorrow, you will have to come back on Tuesday. Monday is another holiday. It's President's Day. And the deliberation hours will be 9 to noon and 1:30 to 4:30. All right. Mr. Przlomek, are you ready to proceed?
I am ready.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I stood up here in opening statements, I started by telling you that this case was really an easy case, not a complicated case, a very simple case. And as I stand up here before you now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult case. The question for you to answer in this case boils down to really just one question. There's only one important question in this case, one critical question that you have to answer. And that is, did Mr. Mayers, the man at the table, did he use a real gun or did he use a fake gun? Now, for those of you who have been jurors in the past, you know that as jurors, often when you sit in these cases, you have to answer a whole host of questions. You need to answer, was the defendant, was Mr. Mayers, was he even there that night? Was a gun, did he actually have a gun? Was the gun loaded? Did he actually fire the gun? You know, there could be a bunch of different questions that you have to answer. In this case, all those questions are agreed to. And it only comes down to that one question. Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun? Nothing else is in dispute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Takapina, when he comes up here, he's going to stand up here, he's going to talk about Mr. Efron a lot. And he's going to talk to you about how did Mr. Efron earn his income, who's Mr. Efron's girlfriend, did Mr. Efron tell people he was a millionaire, or what kind of lifestyle did Mr. Efron lead people to believe he had on Instagram? None of that matters. None of that matters. None of that relates to the singular question that on November 6, 2021 in Hollywood, did the defendant have a real gun? Did he have a fake gun? Now, you're not going to hear me, and you haven't heard Mr. Lewin or I throughout this case tell you that after this crime happened, that Mr. Efron did not think to himself, I want to be compensated for what happened to me. And we are not going to tell you that Mr. Efron, after this crime, this horrible crime happened, that his primary motivation wasn't, man, I really need to go to the police and make sure that whoever did this was held accountable. That's not what Mr. Efron was thinking. Mr. Efron was absolutely focused on himself. We agree to that. We talked to you about that all the way back in jury selection. We told you at the time, Mr. Efron filed a lawsuit. Mr. Efron wants money because of what happened. Okay? That hasn't been hidden from you. We actually stood here and stipulated to that with the defense. That there was a lawsuit, what the causes of actions were. We agree to all that. None of that's in dispute. It's very important that you understand your role in this case, and specifically what your role in this case is not about. You are never going to be asked to decide how much money should Mr. Efron get for what happened to him that night. Does Mr. Mayers, does he owe Mr. Efron $1, no dollars, a gazillion dollars? You'll never be asked to answer that question. Your role is not to consider that, not to consider that question. The only question that you are here to answer is, that night in Hollywood, did Mr. Mayers have a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers pulled out of his pants, pointed at Mr. Efron, a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers turned around and pointed at Mr. Efron and fired twice at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, was it a real gun or a fake gun? I want to start out, too, with where I started in opening statements, with the video. My apologies, that audio here is not the video. But that's what we're talking about. That moment in time, when you see the gun on that video. The answer to that question that I've now posed to you several times is obvious. It's obvious. That man decided, for whatever reason, that he was going to settle his dispute with Mr. Efron that night with a gun. That he was going to do that in the middle of Hollywood. And that he was going to fire his gun not once, but twice. That man made the decision to reach out to Mr. Efron, to provoke this confrontation. He made the decision to bring two other people with him, Ills and 12. Mr. Efron's outnumbered 3-1. But still, he made the decision to bring a loaded, concealed gun with him to that confrontation. Those were his decisions. Those decisions had consequences, and you know the results of those decisions. And that is what we are asking you to hold him accountable for in this case. We know the consequences of his decisions really beyond a doubt. The video here is clear. The defense put up 12 Mr. Phillips to narrate the video for you. And I guess the question you have to ask after listening to 12 is, are you going to listen to 12, the man who relies on the defendant for his livelihood, for his income, really for his entire career? Are you going to rely on him, or are you going to rely on your own lying eyes? Because what he described on the video did not happen. What did the video show? Well, it showed the defendant confronting Mr. Efron. It showed the defendant executing his plan to immediately get in Mr. Efron's face. Immediately engage in a physical confrontation. It shows Mr. Efron did not have a weapon. And honestly, it shows that Mr. Efron was really unprepared for what he was walking into. Mr. Efron went there to talk. He went there to argue. He went there that night to resolve his differences, not to engage in a physical fight. But he's immediately confronted with a physical confrontation. So how does he respond? Again, let's pause. Consider Mr. Phillips, 12. When he's asked simple questions, this is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, what's the weather like that night? You know, his answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell. Mr. Efron is such a huge man. He's so muscular. When he approached me, he blotted out the sky. I couldn't tell you what it was because he's such a large individual. Okay? He repeatedly puts that fact in front of you. He wants you to focus on Mr. Efron's size, how big he is, how muscular he is. How honestly, it sounded like this was the first time that 12E had seen Mr. Efron outside of the gym. He constantly repeated how much Mr. Efron was in the gym, how big he was. At that moment, when Mr. Efron is approaching the defendant, he doesn't know what's about to happen. We all know because we see it on the video. But at that moment, he did not know. He did not know the defendant had a gun. So Mr. Efron, this huge, hulking man, he's confronted outside the parking garage, and how does he respond? He responds by doing absolutely nothing. He's approached by the defendant, and what does he do? He reaches forward with his left hand. Now this man's coming right up in his face. He reaches out to maintain the distance. 12E wants you to believe Mr. Efron's there to fight. He's there to start it. So when he reaches out with his left hand, what does that leave free? His right hand, his dominant hand. That muscular right hook. Does he throw a punch at the defendant? No. He honestly does nothing. He reaches out with his hand, and the defendant immediately gets in his face. He's actually propelled backwards. Why doesn't he punch the defendant? Why doesn't he fight? He's there to fight him, right? That's what 12E wants you to believe. He's there to fight the defendant. Why doesn't he? Well, he told you. He knows. If I fight this man, it's all over. Not just his relationship with the defendant. He knows they're not going to recover from that. If I punch him in the face, we're done. Our friendship is over. But not just that. My livelihood, my life is over. He's thinking in that moment, we've had problems in the past, we've talked it out. We have problems now, we can talk it out. Okay? That's his mindset. He doesn't know the defendant's mindset though. And he has no idea how bad it's gotten for the defendant. Because a relationship takes two people. And Mr. Efron, he can only give you his perspective. Apparently though, it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair. That is, Mr. Efron doesn't know that. He doesn't know how bad it's gotten until the next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Efron, oh my God, it is so much worse than I thought it was. This man, my friend, a person I've known 15 years, is pulling a gun on me. This guy hates me. And this is not going to end well for me. It's all over. That's what he's confronted with in the split second that gun comes out and is pointed at him. My career's over, my livelihood, it's all done. Now, I'm going to go through multiple people's perspectives. I am not going to hold back, okay? When I talk about the defense witnesses, I want to be very clear. What they got on the stand and told you were lies. They repeatedly lied when asked about a whole variety of topics we'll get into. But there was one thing that not even they could lie or deny. And that is what was, and it would have had to have been obvious to you before you even walked into this court on this case. The defendant, and certainly his significant other, are powerful individuals within the entertainment industry. Even their own witnesses, even Twelvey, even ASAP Lou had to acknowledge that too. And they certainly have enough power to cancel small players like Mr. Efron or Twelvey or Lou if that's what they want to do. And that right there, in that millisecond the gun is pulled out, that's what Mr. Efron is faced with. So how does he respond to that? That's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. You cannot put yourself in his shoes and say, what would I do? You cannot possibly capture all the emotion, all the history, everything that's going on in his head. And he probably doesn't respond the way that you would. You know? I mean, you probably would not walk after the person who just pulled a gun on you and unload on them verbally with your grievances. But he's angry. He's upset. He's confronted with his life changing, and he knows it's over. And even though the defendant pulled a gun on him, he's not really thinking about the gun. So he follows, and he tells the defendant how he has failed the other members of their collective. And he uses Ills and he uses Twelvey as examples along the way. So we get to the next location, the parking lot, Vista Del Mar in Selma. And when we get to that corner, the defense, certainly Twelvey, want you to believe that as they arrived there, Mr. Efron immediately started attacking Ills. I'll go through the video. Honestly, we will slow it down and I'll show you where everyone is at that moment when the defendant turns around with the gun. But you know, you've watched the video. I honestly wondered to myself if I even had to address, was Mr. Efron attacking Ills at that moment? There's daylight between them, clear space. But this is where the defense is going to double down on the idea that you cannot believe what you see with your own eyes. Because when you watch the video, you can see space between Ills, you can see space between Mr. Efron. Twelvey could not acknowledge that on the stand. That's not why he was here. He was here to say that Mr. Efron was attacking Ills. And I'm sure, as you listen to his testimony, when he first started testifying, you had to think, this sounds like something that's been practiced. This sounds like a man who's repeating pre-programmed answers to it. It came off very robotic. I don't have to tell you he was coached into certain answers, because you saw it for your own eyes in court. If you didn't see it, you heard it. When 12B's asked a question, what is odd? That's kind of a mundane, really seemingly insignificant question. What does the defendant do? He screams out, "Don't answer that. Don't say." He's literally coaching him in court in front of him. And what's 12B's response? My brother's company? Man, I can't say it. So do you expect him to come into court and tell you the truth about exactly what happened on that street corner? That video does not show Mr. Efron attacking Mills. And that really is why, when we get to the jury instructions, the instructions on defense of others are not going to apply in this case. Because what the video shows is that when they got to that street corner, the defendant thought, "I've had enough." And he decided to pull his gun, and he decided to start firing at Mr. Efron. The video clearly shows, before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Ills, the defendant is already pulling the gun out, turning around, putting his arm forward. When exactly in that sequence he fired, hard to say. The sound doesn't necessarily match up perfectly with the audio. These are from two different systems. The sound is farther away than the video, but they're close enough that you can tell that in those seconds, the defendant starts firing. How does Mr. Efron react? He reacts by grabbing Ills and using him as a human shield. Would be a natural response when you're faced with someone firing a gun at you. How does the defense try to twist that though and reframe it? They try to tell you that's actually, Mr. Efron attacking Ills, because it's a tough case for them. Because it's all on video, you get to see it for yourself. This would have been a lot easier if there was no video and all they had to do was poke holes in Mr. Efron, but there's video. So they're trying to get you to believe that what you see on the video is not really what you see. Apparently, the defense also thinks that it's a problem that the defendant is actually firing shots at Mr. Efron. A problem for their defense of, apparent defense of Ills, because they say actually what he was doing was firing warning shots. Warning shots. We thought it was a prop gun. There's no such thing as a warning shot from a prop gun. So that takes me to the next, really most absurd part of the defense in this case, which is that not only was this a prop gun, but Mr. Efron knew it was a prop gun. They want you to believe Mr. Efron knew that this gun was a prop gun. But at the same time, they also want you to believe, need you to believe, that he pulled the gun in order to intimidate Mr. Efron with the gun that Mr. Efron already knows is a prop gun. It is absolutely absurd. Let's start with the first premise that they want you to believe there, that the defendant is carrying a prop gun in the first place. The testimony through Lou, what the defense wants you to believe is the defendant, he's been stabbed. Not only was he stabbed in this nightclub, 12 was stabbed at the same time. That's a violent thing to have happen to you. Not only that, but he has crazy people breaking into his house. Crazy people stalking him. Also breaking into his house. And when he's faced with that real violence, being stabbed with a real knife, having real people in his house that he doesn't know, what is his rational response to that? Let's carry a fake gun. Let's talk about Lou for a second. this ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have. ASAP Lou tells you that the defendant singled him out in a crowd because the defendant liked his energy, and little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the Swiss Army knife of best friends. Okay? ASAP Lou, not just your personal assistant, but turns into your tour manager. You need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it on a moment's notice, you got Lou. He's there. But, by the way, let's be clear, Lou is totally impartial. He's not financially reliant on the defendant because Lou also has his own DJing business and his own clothing brand, which apparently have nothing to do with his good friend, the famous musician who is also an ambassador for multiple clothing designers. Lou must have done that all on his own. On top of that, Lou, I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant. And Lou told you that he sat down with some unnamed, unidentified security expert that did not testify, whose name he couldn't tell you, could give you no information about. And after the real security issues that the defendant was having, being cut with a real knife, he decided the best way that he could protect himself, that Rocky could protect himself, is with a fake gun. So that the next time someone approaches him with a real knife, he can pull out his fake gun. That's going to go one of two ways. That assailant might say, I didn't know you had a gun, and leave. Or they might attack you with their real knife or their real gun, and your fake gun is completely useless. You have no way of actually defending yourself. And if you're faced with real threats, clearly you want to have something that you can really defend yourself with, not some prop. That security advice, that is not just illogical, it's absurd, okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant, okay? Lou made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd, all right? It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Efron knew, he knew that that gun was fake when the defendant pulled it on him. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Efron. Because Mr. Efron knows it's fake. I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Efron as the fake gun. Did they prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr. Efron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Efron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop gun, it took him back. What are you talking? Where does this prop gun come from? Okay? They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July of 2021. We know the shooting happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Efron are together? A single instance where Mr. Efron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun? How does that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true. The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Efron, what does he do? how does Mr. Efron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Efron. It's not captured on the video, they're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Efron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun. That's my audio. Where's Ills looking? Is he focused on Mr. Efron, the provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Efron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Efron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Efron looked at the defendant and said, "Put that fake-ass gun away." He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing up. There's no video of the second that gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location. So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it at 2 different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Efron dive behind Ills. That's how Mr. Efron responds when the gun is pulled on him. Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4 speed, okay? You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron is nowhere near Ills. He's lunging towards Mr. Efron, and Mr. Efron is diving out of the way. Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case. This is a moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Efron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing at Mr. Efron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Ills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Ills. Negates Twelby's testimony that Mr. Efron was punching Ills. Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Efron and Ills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Efron is not attacking Ills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Efron was going to attack Ills. I don't, for that to be true, there would have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief that there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Efron was actually saying, I'm going to beat Ills up. I'm coming after you, Ills. Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Efron is, and where Ills is. The second problem with this, so other than negating the defense, right, that 12E wants you to believe Mr. Efron is beating up Ills, that video further causes problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting like that's a fake gun. They're all reacting to a real gun. Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mayers. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Efron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Efron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Efron runs around Ills, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ills? If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Efron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun. Because things do come out of the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Efron. Consider it from Mr. Efron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Efron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, put that fake ass gun away. So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Efron look back at him and say, do I have to tell you again? Put that fake ass gun away again. No, clearly that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to, oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun off. And he's jumping around Ills, trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close. He believes that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12E. Let's talk about 12E's perspective. He says, when he testifies, I knew that that was a fake gun. That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy to come in here and tell you, we all knew it was a fake gun. When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street, he's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun? He's hiding because he knows, what we all know, it's a real gun. The third problem that video creates for the defense, it negates this whole idea of defense of others, that the defendant had to do this in order to protect Ills. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances. The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Efron was not just beating up Ills, but that he was savagely pummeling Ills. 12E, before he's confronted, says Mr. Efron was throwing haymakers at Ills, mercilessly, savagely punching Ills. Why is Mr. Efron doing this? That's never explained. 12E has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Takapina told you that Ills' face was pummeled. and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how damaged Ills was. Obviously that did not pan out. And obviously 12E was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ills' face the day after this happened, showing not a single scratch on his face. Nothing. If what 12E was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ills' face, if that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Ills' bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that because it didn't happen. One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen. Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Efron. And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here, you know what? He wasn't really hurt that bad. Mr. Tacopina will, I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape. And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that, the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's evidence, clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime. That the potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired. They don't always hit their intended target. And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt, in this case, is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die. We are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an unimportant case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that my tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm as any indication that this is unserious. There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say, I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night is not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror. The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun? Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Efron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case. The law tells you we do not have to prove. That the defendant even touched Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Efron. The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Efron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Efron. There can be steps that the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired. The evidence in this case compels you to one conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun. Mr. Efron recovered real ammunition from the scene, from a real gun that fired. Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition. The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea. The only thing that supports that is Twelby and Liu, who are telling you that it's a prop gun. Once you decide that it's a real gun, you're deciding that those two witnesses especially lie. Everything that they say should be rejected. And why do they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun. So you can decide this case by finding they lied to you. You can decide this case by just watching the videos for yourself. You can decide this case by listening to Mr. Efron's testimony. Every time he's talked about this crime, he has always maintained this was a real gun. And if you determine that the gun used in this case was a real gun, the law compels you to one conclusion, that the defendant is guilty. That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty, not because you're going to find pleasure in finding him guilty, but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only just outcome in this case. I know Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about Mr. Efron, and he's going to talk about all of Mr. Efron's statements. He's going to point out every single minor inconsistency that Mr. Efron has ever made when he has given statements. He's going to bring up points in time that Mr. Efron is talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. You saw that clearly when the defense put up Wally Sajemi and tried to play snippets of Mr. Sajemi's recordings of Mr. Efron. They tried to put up clips where Mr. Efron said to Mr. Sajemi, "I'm already a millionaire." Oh, look, see, he said he was already a millionaire, but he's not. Where he said to Mr. Sajemi, "Go ahead and post news articles on social media." He said he was, I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens to the criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's. If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutors. All those clips, none of those clips help you answer the question in this case: was it a real gun or a fake gun? And who cares? Who cares if Mr. Efron said in the past he was a millionaire when he wasn't? Who cares if he asked someone to post a news article on social media? Mr. Efron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings. Those recordings are very important because Mr. Efron does not know he's being recorded. He thinks he's talking to his friend. He has no idea that this person is betraying him, recording him, and then immediately turning their conversations over to the defendant. These are his unfiltered, unprepared thoughts. He's not talking to the police. He does not even know he's being recorded. But what he says to Wally in those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court. I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to break them down, and we're going to play a couple of them.
Okay, so I'm mad at both y'all niggas because y'all that shit happened for me.
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed up. I'm not. You gotta understand, Rocky been on this high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him deals. Why is Rocky going out of his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't get a story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? It was a 12-year with him. Text messages saying, link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him saying ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? Yeah. He's a bitch, so he goes ahead and hit Bari because Bari influenced him a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits him. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Woo-dee-woo. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me sweet. You feel me? Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say first words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping. Yeah. I answered him. He's like, where you at? With a slim voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? There we go, Hollywood Boulevard. They all look the same. He's like, no, you're not, nigga. That's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be here in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me. He calls me. I got all these text messages. Bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple other people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why the boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, think though how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turned on me that day. What the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up?
In that couple minutes, he tells the exact same details that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created. That's their person trying to trick Mr. Efron, trying to get Mr. Efron to say something damaging, say something that's going to undermine his case. Because while he knows he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terrell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blamed at him, that he shot him.
The same thing, because he weird at me 4 or 5 times, I had to use pills as a shield while I be
I feel niggas ain't trying to, like, you feel me? Not trying to end splash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know? Like,
bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all I had. We had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best lawyer in LA and what about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? I accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
there ain't no way niggas could swat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
with the legal shit involved out of boys, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go with that. I went ahead and got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer that has nothing to do with boys, and Jabari is his friend, he might as well thank him for him not being late in the field, because those allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those allegations. Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot me 4 or 5 times. The same thing he walks into the police station and tells the police. He's entirely consistent about what happens after the shooting. That he reached out to the defendant. That he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases. That he reached out to the defendant's manager. All that consistent with what you saw in the text messages and everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it. That's their evidence that they created. And it's entirely consistent with what he told you when he testified.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit and, you know, find out.
You know, he could have ended it when he shot at him. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times? You gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He played that. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Jimmy and Ilse is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds for the shit happening like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though? He tries to chest bump me, and then he shoots at me.
So it's really to get him, bro, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Like, he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know,
I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Efron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer, but Mr. Efron's consistent the whole time.
The lawyers, when I went to the lawyers filed, gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit.
You're hearing his unvarnished, his unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even as this happens, he still feels bad for the defendant. He still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option than to go into it.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me.
And that's why, right? Because it was the defendant's decision.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Bro, I could probably talk to them and shit and figure out, you know, like, some.
I don't even want no message relayed like that because he had more than, bro, I had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro, until like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And then I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Trust. Rocky will start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you don't, you feel me? Like,
That's everybody's career who work for him.
You feel me? So,
Everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happens to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates. Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Efron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember. Didn't record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun. He hears over and over and over from Mr. Efron that the defendant fired a real gun at him 4 or 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Efron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari and Rocky talks bad about him. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead. He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly. I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me to go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari posts that post about me and outs me to the world as a snitch. Those recordings, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. You listen to the whole thing, those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing, what will you not hear Mr. Efron say? I'm faking the whole thing. Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know. Rocky carries that fake gun, that's pretty you. I was never in any real danger. None of that comes out of Mr. Efron. He's unequivocal. He tried to kill me. That's the entire case. Mr. Efron told the police what happened. He was consistent about the details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio recording him. More importantly, he was consistent even when he didn't know he was being recorded. When he thought he was in a safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent. He has told the details of what happened that night no less than 9 times. Okay? And he was on the witness stand for 5 days when he testified. He has had to repeat this over and over and over. Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor inconsistencies in what you said? I mean, it's completely natural. But he, Mr. Efron, was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant, to 12, 2 ills, 2 John. He was locked in with all of them telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of the cartridge cases. Focusing though on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun, when is the first time that's raised, that this is a prop gun? You heard in the testimony from ASAP 12 and ASAP Lou that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of 2024, and they are only going to tell the defense attorney. So they held that all-important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years, before then they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only. You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, where the gun is now. That was changed the day that he came in to testify. That timing alone defies credibility.
Objection, Your Honor, that mistakes the evidence.
That the idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story is absurd. So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial, livelihood. You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything. He came in, he told you a story to explain away the evidence that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt. The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant is guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43, which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those 2 cartridge cases that Mr. Efron located? Why does he just so happen to have that same magazine in his bedroom closet, the defendant's bedroom closet? So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying a fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing of extreme violence the defendant's facing, and their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic. Keep in mind, though, that apparently, even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely, because he literally sleeps next to a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle, a real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not much further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously, if you were the victim of a violent crime, the response to arm yourself with a real gun is preferable to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's the thing the defendant also agrees with. Lou was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had, which he said he personally modified, was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's Lou's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lou did not fully think this through. He didn't fully flush out the story before he came in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that belt clip and by putting that magazine extender on, so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment, when it's quickly pulled, he saw those 2 same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt, and the magazine extender, so that their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept that the defendant had a fake gun that Lou just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired fake prop cartridges at the crime scene. Because the gun that Lou described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol. And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene? In his opening statement, Mr. Takakuna made a big show of pointing out how 7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street of Vista Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases. But he actually discovered them at the scene after the police had searched it. So there's no cartridge cases. He comes back and he plants them. But he forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun. That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case. Do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take a break now?
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into it.
All right, let's take a break now. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At this time, we will resume. Please come discuss the case. Give me a vote.
All righty. And so they are on break now. How are you guys doing over here in this chat? So again, if you just joined us, first of all, hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, why don't you go ahead and do that, you know? But what we are watching now is the APRocky trial. Apparently there's a lot of ASAPs and I didn't know anything about them. But you know, that's what happens when you get older and you just don't even view a lot of this music out here as being real music. So I don't know a lot of these people, and this is why I haven't really been streaming it, but because I know that a few of you guys have been watching it, I figured that there's no place like home to watch the ending and see what the conclusion of this is going to be. Now, I believe that the prosecution, well, right now the prosecution, they've done their first half of their argument. He kept looking at his watch, so I guess he has a pace of which he's doing perhaps half and half. This may be why they started at the time that they did, so that this is just going to be a day of closing arguments all darn day. The argument basically is that this was a prop gun. It was fake. It wasn't real. The prosecution is saying it was real and basically just said, if it wasn't real, then why weren't there? The prop gun allegedly, I guess, has cartridges as well, according to the prosecutor, and that we should have found some cartridges on the ground. Also, the recording that came in, and you guys could help me with this. I know that this Wally person, I guess, recorded it, unbeknownst to Mr. Efron, who is the person that is accusing APRocky of assaulting him with this GUN. Did the defense try to enter this in? Like, how did the prosecutor know that this video existed, this tape? Because I don't really see personally, and you guys can help me if you watch the whole trial, why this audio is beneficial to the defense. I assume they're just using it because he's talking about money. But you have a rule of completion of which I would have, as the prosecutor, I would have played the whole thing too. So I'm trying to understand, like, did the defense weigh that how this could also affect them negatively? Huh? I need y'all to help me out. For all of you guys that have been watching this, or if anyone wants to come up and I'll put the link on here if anybody wants to give me any background information, because I am literally listening to this for the first time. The only thing that I have watched is in my membership. We were talking about something totally different, and it was a mention about Mr. Efron being on the stand and how he was crashing out on cross-examination. And so I did play it, and it did look like he wasn't being very honest. He was very combative, which happens a lot of time. They feel comfortable with the side that they're more for, and then when they get to the other side, they start being combative and crashing out and everything. That happens a lot, and that's kind of what I saw with this. But yeah, so Dietrich said ASAP is highly successful and married to an accomplished woman, making his involvement in this baffling. Prosecuting him would send a strong message to those who fail to appreciate their privileges. Well, I'm not seeing the difference between the Tory Lanez situation. This was similar to Tory Lanez. Of course, there were more information against Tory Lanez, is what it sounds like to me, based on what I've heard in this this closing argument so far. It sounds like Tory had way more, because I sat for the Tory Lanez trial for the 3 weeks or whatever it was over there in California. And it sounds like it's the same charge as well. So when people talked about and they were minimizing the injuries of Meg Thee Stallion, I kept reiterating to people that that is not a part of what the prong is. You don't have to even prove they were injured. However, of course, they're going to talk about injuries because it makes it look more egregious, but they really don't have to prove it at all. So we did have the prosecutor basically give what they don't have to prove. So a lot of the things that you see on the internet of which they're like people are harping on is not necessarily what has to be proven in order for the prosecutor beyond a reasonable doubt in order for the prosecutor or the state to prevail. And so I don't know. Patrice said Relly is only interested in the civil case. That's the only reason why he went to the police. I agree with that. From my understanding, his civil attorney has been there. His civil attorney has done, I guess, a press conference, which I think is a bad look. And the civil attorney probably was like, until you make a police report, I'm not about to take your case. And so once that police report was entered in, they probably was like, oh, shucks, this is a celebrity. Let me go ahead and prosecute. Because when you look at like Kevin Hart, same thing. When Kevin Hart was trying to allege with the released X tape, and it turned out that his best friend was, it was an accusation of extortion on this X tape. When I looked and dug into that and how the investigation was, I see why his ex-best friend, how his case got dismissed. There really wasn't evidence on it. It just seems like when it comes to these celebrities, if a police report is filed of any kind, they want to investigate because this can be your career case. If you are a lifer, what they call prosecutors, that all they want to do is prosecution, you get some that come in, they just want to learn that side and they ultimately want to do defense or they want to do other stuff. They're not considered a lifer. But you'll meet people that have started out as prosecutors or DAs, and that's what they want to do for their entire career. Most of them want to elevate. They do. They want to, I don't care if they're the deputy, if they end up right up under the prosecutor, or even if they become the head prosecutor for that county. That is an ultimate goal for a lot of lifer prosecutors. So these type of cases can make and break your career. So I think the case seems a little ditzy. The parts that I've heard, I'm like, why would you even, don't y'all got some real crime going on over there? But, you know, Love Jones said really didn't want the criminal part. He only wanted the civil. Yeah, that's apparently there was a part of the audio from what you guys are telling me. So I'm taking your word for it because I didn't watch the trial. That he mentioned that he didn't care, I guess, about the civil. What was the Brown mama, I think, said something about it. That, and I'm sure the defense is going to play it, that you didn't care about, you were going to, if Rocky would have paid him, he would have just went off in the sunset. And then he would have disappeared. And then that means the prosecution wouldn't have a case. The prosecution actually did mention that early on in their opening, because why I keep calling this opening, in their closing, because what you do is, every case has bad facts. There's no perfect case. So what you do is you pretty much desensitize the jurors to your bad facts. So as you saw the prosecutor, he stood there and was like, these irrelevant or facts that unimportant facts that they're probably going to bring up about him saying something about, he's minimizing it, like something about, I'll do my civil case and then I'll just run off and the prosecutor, they ain't gonna have no case without me. I mean, that's nothing. That's just a red herring. That means nothing in this case. That's what you're supposed to do, because if you don't address it, then a lot of in the juror's mind looks like, it's damning to you. So you always bring it forward as if this is nothing. Like, okay, the defense is going to say that he was inconsistent, but I mean, who's not going to be inconsistent on certain things? He was inconsistent on things that don't matter. You know, the defense is going to say that this was all about money. I mean, who doesn't want compensation when they're injured? This is why they're coming across the way that they are, because they want to make it seem like when ASAP's defense gets up, when they come with it, it's like, yeah, we heard that already in the prosecution. We pretty much knew what you were going to say. And this is how the prosecution wants the jurors to view this. Like, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, if I got shot too, I would want some money. I would want money too. So ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, that's how they're hoping they receive it. And that's what you do. You get in front of it. Everybody, again, has bad facts in their case. And what you do is you let them know. Like, you let the jurors know up front. You're not hiding from the bad facts. You're not running from your bad facts or those facts that are adverse against you. But we want you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we want you to know these facts don't even mean anything, and they're not important to this case. In fact, it's the most unimportant part of this case. We don't even know why they wasted your time even telling you about these facts, because this is what's important. What's important is, on this audio, this man was consistent the whole time and said on different occasions throughout this audio that he knew he did not know he was being recorded. So if he did not know he was being recorded, then that's probably a time of which he was honest. And during that recording, he said he was whammed, whatever words he was using. He used 3-4 different lingos on how he's saying that he was shot at by ASAP. This is from Brown Mama 3186. Relly was the aggressor and even said he was mad about money being given to a family to lay their child to rest. But Rocky paid for everything and didn't tell nobody. Relly didn't pay a dime, though. Well, we know where Brown Mama 3186 stands. She is on ASAP side, okay? All right. For Always Forever said, I feel like the DA is banking on this blurry, grainy video winning the case. They are not showing the clearest part of the video that shows Relly being the aggressor. Well, that's what the defense can do. If there is a part in the defense, honestly, maybe they did get some type of enhancement and they weren't able to get it enhanced. But that's what the defense is going to show on their side. If there's anything that is more favorable to them, I would suspect that they are going to play it and they're going to show. Maybe they'll show what I would do, because the prosecution is saying that this audio shows just how consistent that Efron was. I would show inconsistencies with his story against the video. So somebody mentioned something about grabbing him by his hood or whatever. That didn't happen in this video. Just because he was saying it doesn't mean that it was true, even when he told the story. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man has rehearsed this story in his head over and over again. This was going to be his come up. He was jealous, and this was going to be his come up. So, yeah, the prosecution wants you to believe because he didn't know he was going to be recorded, all of a sudden he's an honest person. But we've seen him on this stand lie over and over and over again, and he was under oath under the penalty of perjury. So you think when he's not under the penalty of perjury, all of a sudden he is a saint and he is this person that believes in all 10 commandments, thou shalt not lie, because he's talking to his homeboy. But when you look at the video, look, this is not even how this happened. This is nothing. Look, this is what he said in the audio, and look at this video. You know, that's how I would approach it. Thank you so much, Espar, for the super chat. Said this is country that voted Trump, and these same people on the jury care nothing about it, ASAP or Rihanna. Thank you so much for the super chat and helping me go towards my goal today. We need one more, and then we will have our goal. Thank you guys so much. Not Reverend Dr. Rice's daughter. That's what we doing. Thank y'all so much. You guys see the confetti? Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Jackson Tabasco, for the super chat. I appreciate that. The woman he chose said this is an interesting case. All And you guys honestly know way more than I do because I didn't watch the case, and you guys can come with your perspectives. That's why I wanted to watch it with you guys, because some of you guys sat and watched it day by day. And there's going to be things that if I was in the courtroom, just like how it was with Tory Lanez, I'm going to write down things that I know as an attorney I feel is important that other people who are in there won't think is important. And you guys are going to do the same thing. So again, I don't expect the prosecutor to give every little detail, but they are telling their story. And so I can get a general gist of what's going on or what happened or what they're alleging happened, and then what the defense is. So I thank you guys for all the little intricate details you guys are giving me in the chat. So I appreciate you joining me. They are on break right now. For those of you that just joined us, the prosecution has done one half, I surmise, of their closing. So we may have another hour of their closing, an hour or so of their closing, and then I suspect the defense is going to do theirs as well today, and they'll probably just do closing today, and then the jury will probably start deliberating tomorrow, if I were to guess. Unita said Free Rocky really was not shot and really attacked first. Well, that's what Unita said. Unita, did you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel? Huh? Because I haven't seen you before, so I want to make sure you subscribe to the channel, okay, sis? Because I got it open. I got the court open, okay? I don't have any deputies standing at the door today on this video. Everything is just wide open. I didn't make you have to be subscribed for 5 minutes, 20 minutes, or any of that. I didn't. So it's wide open. So I need to make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, please. Thank you so much. Brown Mama said, I have been watching this case from day one because it was interesting to see how the prosecution came to the conclusion to proceed with such a case. Yeah, it's very interesting. Maybe let's see if the break is almost over. They've showed the great seal there. So let's see, maybe the break is almost over. Thank you. Tabitha says, some people literally tell a lie so long till they believe it's real. Yep, they're called compulsive liars. They really do, and it's like in their head. But I also did see some text messages, and I did see that on one of these social media platforms, of which it sounds like ASAP was like, what are you even talking about? Like when he was trying to make it seem like he shot at him or whatever, and ASAP was like, what are you even saying? What are we talking about right now? Are you making this up as you go? So I'm sure those text messages will probably be entered in by the defense or talked about by the defense. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sexy RNCCRN said, I don't know why the state is involved. They had a beef, a fight. It was handled. No one was hurt. No one is scared. Sounds like their business. The end. But I'm here for the legal lesson. Yeah, I'm here because you know what? These legal YouTube streets have been dry, you know? Nothing has really been going on. So I couldn't just go a whole week without talking about anything, right? So I said, well, I know some of you guys have been watching this trial, so we can watch the conclusion together. So that's why we're here, for those of you that have been wondering. Because no, I have not been one of the ones that have been following this case from the beginning of it, because I just don't have time. I did that with the YNW Melly trial, and it was one of the worst decisions I ever made. I had 5 devices going. I had to have the trial streaming. Then I would go in another room and do a hearing. Then I go in another room and do another hearing. Like I had to set up my whole house so I could still work and stream. And it was just a lot. But I have to finish what I start. You guys know me by now. When I start cases, I try to see them through to the end. And so when I started that trial, I had to finish. So it was a lot. Unita said, I am with you every time. Just don't respond. And yes, I'm subscribed and hit like before you open your mouth to report. What? Thank you so much, Unita. Thank you for coming out the bushes. We appreciate it. Yes, I was worried if you were not feeling well because I didn't see your videos. No, I just wasn't nothing going on, honey. It was nothing going on out here. I've been doing very well. Thank you guys so much for asking. Yes, I am still waiting. I've been looking. Actually, today I looked on. So, for those of you that don't know, Eric Adams, the DOJ, has issued a letter advising the AUSA or the U.S. prosecutor over there in the Southern District of New York that they need to drop the charges against Eric Adams. And their rationale is that he can't properly do his job in New York, and they trying to do all this stuff with immigrants and immigration, and they use that as an excuse. And they also said it shouldn't interfere with his reelection. And part of that is probably what Trump went through. And so he probably advised the DOJ to do this. But what happens is they don't just necessarily drop it. It has to be some type of maybe stipulation or maybe a motion or something. There has to be some action within the court. Just like even with pardons, there has to be some action within the court or some movement. And there hasn't been any movement as far as a dismissal thus far. What was filed today was something about a protective order to keep confidential information. So the way the docket is looking is as if they're still proceeding with this case. So they're probably caucusing, trying to figure out, do we really got to drop this case? Do we really have to drop this case? But I don't think they have a choice if the DOJ tells them that's something they have to do. So we're sitting back trying to see when this dismissal happens, and I'll probably go live and talk about that when it happens. All right, look like we back in action.
Good. All right, we're back on the record. Our jurors is present, all parties and counsel are present, and Mr. President,
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna just pick up briefly where I left off. We were talking about the police search at the scene when they initially respond to these calls. And I point out these calls because we heard from Sergeant Zizzo, who did his best to describe for you their response to what was, not necessarily a clear situation. They received multiple calls and they talked to multiple people on the scene that pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar and Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Tacopina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene. They're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in opening statement, it's a thorough search, spotlights involved. But what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun, that's going to fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Efron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10, and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Efron's a liar, because Mr. Efron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video, in the day after they were notified of this, They were told by Mr. Efron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video, they saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Efron's photographs of those cartridge cases is that he actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Efron's detailed statement to you that when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video, it's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Efron was wearing at the time. Oh, and you also heard Mr. Efron testify at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, that's not me. So all that together, you know the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Efron. Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Efron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Efron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Efron planted those 2 fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have, does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Efron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense is trying to argue to you, that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how would that happen? What you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Efron, the mastermind that we saw testify here, hatched this elaborate plan, and weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range, and he got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Efron must have known that ASAP Blue accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Blue, somehow Mr. Efron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Blue's going to load that magazine, fully load it, and he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreasonable, I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog, and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house. How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Efron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire at a firing range to collect those cartridge cases that he could plant in the future when this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Efron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense scenario too, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m., just after 10 p.m. on a Saturday, to leave the scene where the shooting happens, go find a gun, fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43, so not any gun, but that specific gun. And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene. I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes, he's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Efron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Efron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots. Now you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Efron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots. So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere belief. That's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, he intuits the shooting's going to happen, he gets these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene, wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Efron to tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be a reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges, he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Efron would have had to have used his, telepathic powers, because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that, in fact, there were only 2 shots that were fired. I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Efron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Efron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it. And then the police went out and collected video, and you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you'd have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Efron would be saying. But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believe it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Efron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense is telling you is true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Efron planted these two real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Efron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Hills, and Twelve, all of which, in sum and substance, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect even one of those people to respond back to him and say, "What are you talking about? We all know Rocky carries a fake gun." It doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't. While we're on the subject of his text messages, and him really kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him, those text messages are important because they also betray two other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Efron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Efron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you, wouldn't you expect him to respond back with, "Hey, you know that that's not true, this was a fake gun." That's not what happens with, the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant would immediately understand that that prop gun that he used, right, that real prop gun that he has, that is not only his get out of jail free card, that is his make Mr. Efron's fake lawsuit go away later. So he needs to keep close tabs on that fake gun, right? So your reasonable expectation was, Mr. Efron texts the defendant, "You tried to kill me with your real gun." The defendant's response would be, "I gotta keep that gun." Now, what is the actual response you receive through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, "Get rid of this, I don't want it anymore." Is that reasonable? This is kind of where my job gets hard, because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine, I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened. Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun. He can't have that, because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it. And they get rid of it with the magazine that's in it. But they forget there's that backup magazine in the defendant's closet. But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence? Why would he do that? You received an instruction about someone either the defendant or someone other than the defendant trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty. Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless he knew it to prove he was guilty? Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Efron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is, here's the prop gun. This is the one I used. Anyway, if you're inclined to accept Lou's story that he flew across the country on a private jet and gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the DMV music video shoot, there's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is very important in this situation. But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back and we give it to this co-director. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence. This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? He needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. So what does he do? He makes one phone call, and he's basically told, yeah, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. Doesn't make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back. Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on insulting to your intelligence. Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this idea that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video. That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified. Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person to court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years. They could have called him. They could have had him come in, testify, and tell you all about it. Certainly, they would have known about it when Lou tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony? You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed? Ever existed? You would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper that proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it? Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I had to warn people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there literally a picture of anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. This they're saying is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times? There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork, anywhere. Lou says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. Put a belt clip on it, modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? He had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition? No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof, except for the testimony of Lou and the testimony of 12. And I've talked to you about why you should view their testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Lou, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're going to hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges. They're going to hold this inside, and they're only going to really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you? As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers and detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do. They hold it inside. They let him have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim, 12 and Lou, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when asked, but the judge specifically asked both of them, when you sit and talk to the police, they both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect. Not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information. Ladies and gentlemen, when you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you, this case is over. Let me address really quickly, though, the new defense. It goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of Hills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory, completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually, this was a prop gun. It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video.
Take your time, take your time. Find your place.
What the video in this case shows you is that Mr. Efron was not the violent person in either of these incidents. And especially at the corner of this Del Mar and Salmo, when you can see that initial interaction, you can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with the gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish my argument with you by telling you a story. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case. If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen. Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all. You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false alibi, Lou will do that for you too. Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now Rocky's having security problems. He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub, he's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, it was scary. Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelby was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's faced. Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in the back. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes, some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No. He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came to another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun. Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set, they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy for his good friend Lou to suggest to him that he should carry the prop gun to defend himself against, again, scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you gotta understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns. He loves to shoot them. And he's very knowledgeable about guns. Specifically though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition. Very important. You gotta understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail-oriented. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and it, wouldn't you know it, golly. Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine. And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to it. And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're going to go to a shooting range together. And Lou comes over to Rocky's house, and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine he's just bought for the completely wrong gun. And only then does Lou realize his mistake. while he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do they do instead? Well, they're gonna hang out, they're gonna drink alcohol, and they're gonna talk. Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his word, fidgety. And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on beer, literally anything else, what Lou's gonna fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun. And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care. Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine is fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition. For some reason, keeps it in this useless magazine. And Lou, because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and that he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial, and the fact that his useless magazine is fully loaded, he's pointed out. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one, at Rocky's house overnight. He comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff. What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real guns in his house, including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition. And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has. Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition. And again, it's just a total coincidence. Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. Now, at this point, this is where I'm going to introduce yet another character in the story. This character is a cartoon-esque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control. What do I mean by that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Relly, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Relly, knows Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Relly. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Relly is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this. For whatever reason, he wants to have proof, I guess, of his master plan. While he's at the gun range, he's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lou has bought the wrong magazine for a gun he doesn't own, and that Lou is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Relly is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relly's going to fly from LA to New York, to North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relly somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relly's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relly meet him when it's actually Relly's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relly meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relly gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relly's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out.
Oh no.
This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story.
There.
And 12 is going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that.
Oh Lord, isn't it storming over there in LA? I hope it isn't affecting the audio. Oh no.
In this story, Rocky isn't mad.
Oh my goodness.
You know, remember 12 told you, oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it, you know? Very friendly.
Well, we thank God for the rain over there in LA, so we're not going to complain because they needed a little water sprinkled on that
Relly, when in reality,
state. All right. Come on now. Come on. Having a little technical difficulties. Please make sure you hit the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. We are discussing it.
Successful in his plan just yet. Even though Rocky has the gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Relly's going to follow Rocky and the other members, and he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Relly, he knows that Rocky's going to attack him. But Relly's going to attack Ills first, and Relly's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Relly.
Okay, Mr. Prosecutor, brother counsel, we need you to wrap this up, okay? Because that would really suck if we can't hear the defense. Because
Relly knows that the gun is fake. Relly's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun. And as is Relly's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12B are, also for unknown reasons, also going to act like Rocky is firing a real gun. Rocky's going to chase Relly, which he doesn't have to do because the gun that he's using is fake. He doesn't fire anything. 12B too, he knows it's fake, but 12B's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall. Really, though, he's just playing along because he actually knows the gun's fake. Relly's fortune's getting even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant acting by Relly, Rocky, and 12. Okay? As is Relly's plan. Now, he's been successful. Rocky's fired that gun at him twice. He knows he's got those cartridge cases to frame him. So after everyone leaves, what does Relly do? Of course. Does he plant those fake cartridge cases that he's been carrying around to frame Rocky? And then stay there, point them out to the police. Hey, look, you guys find these. No. He's just going to leave. And he's going to wait for the police to search, not find anything, and then he's going to come back. And he's going to plant them for reasons that are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again, and he's going to walk them into the police station himself. And then when he reports this to the police, he's going to tell the police that Rocky fired 2 gunshots at him so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do. No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant, he's going to tell the police that it was 3 or 4 gunshots. And in fact, he's going to repeat that over and over and over and over again. Why? Again, Relly's got that power. He knows, he can see into the future. He knows that there's going to be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots. And Relly also knows that when the police search Rocky's house, they're going to find Lou's magazine for that Glock 43, which will seem will miraculously be consistent with the fired cartridge cases that Relly planted, but which it's all miraculous because Relly was, using his future-seeing power. Now, Relly's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him. Specifically, he's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's manager, and he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know the gun is fake, via text message that Rocky actually fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Relly is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun. That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Relly with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it, and Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling, super-muscular Relly. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced. And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's to decide one call's enough, that's it. Even though Lou and 12B love Rocky like they're brothers, for some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial, and then at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun. Because, obviously, that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head. Wait for your brother to go to trial and spring on the last minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if that story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible, that is the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue you need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation with Mr. Efron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly upset with Mr. Efron prior to that meeting. When they met, the defendant was clearly angry. He pulls a gun, which Mr. Efron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Efron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Efron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and inconsistent, completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, or loud, they set off car alarms. 12B retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After the shooting, the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely inconsistent with that gun being fake. The defendant still has that Glock 43 magazine in his bedroom closet, on top of ammunition for the other real guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases, that real ammunition. That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm. He has nothing else in his possession that that magazine would go to. It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting, because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun that night. The last point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house. The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun, defies common sense, defies logic, totally unreasonable. The rationale for pulling that prop gun on a man who knows it's a prop gun, completely unreasonable. There's no prop ammunition found at the scene. There's literally not one piece of paper, not one shred of documentation that could prove to you the existence of this gun. And again, all the actions of the people that you see on that video, completely consistent with a real gun being fired, completely inconsistent with this being a prop. So left with that, clear evidence that the defendant used a real gun, and a complete lack of evidence that he used a prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple. Simple. The evidence compels you to your decision, and it compels you to find him guilty. That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a break now. This will be shorter than usual. 1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't step.
You guys see how fast that judge was like, he couldn't hardly say, he's concluding what his argument is. The judge was like, all right, folks, we're going to be back at 1. This is going to be a shorter break. Be back at 1. Like, the judge is over this, okay? So, first of all, this was I understand that you have the burden of proof, but as some of you guys know, the prosecution also gets to come back. They have the last say. So they get to actually be the last person that the jury hears before they go into deliberation. He started being real redundant. This last 45 minutes he could have kept. Hit the point so that you don't lose your jurors. I'm sure their eyes started glossing over because I'm sitting here and I can do other things and I was getting bored, okay? Another thing is, I'm sorry, and I know some of you guys are APRocky and Rihanna fans and all of that good stuff, all of that good jazz, but this defense is dumb, all right? This whole prop gun situation. So what I'm saying is, what I heard was that APRocky has the legal right to carry, from my understanding. So I get it. California is not an open carry. That's not relevant when you have a permit. If you have a permit and there is a video that shows somebody was there with a knife, somebody was there and they're fighting, somebody's getting beat up, and you are a pretty boy, like you're coming across, you pretty boy, you don't fight, and you feel like you're defending yourself for the defense of others, why not just say you fired in the air or whatever, and that was that? And he tried to use that as a way to get money and do it that way. This is what I'm not understanding. Where did this prop gun defense even, like, where did it come from? Like, who came up with this? You guys help me out here, because this is sounding real ridiculous to me. I like I said in the chat, it's sounding like a bad Tyler Perry play. This wasn't even real. It was a prop gun. Like, if the video shows that they're walking away and the guy comes and runs behind them, then you have the right to defend yourself. So what are we doing here? So Papa said it's hard to get a permit here, like next to impossible, but I heard he has one. That's my point. I heard that. Let me Google this, because let me see where I heard this at. So that this is what's, does APRocky have a gun permit? Let me see. Where did I hear that from? It might have been from like one of these reporters that was there. So I don't have no real evidence. But okay, I don't know. This prop gun thing ain't doing it for me. 12, he testified that Rocky fired blanks from a starter pistol that the rapper had been carrying for security since a music video. And then typically, I can't confirm or deny, okay, but so, and then typically, if you do self-defense, well, I'm not going to say typically, I'm going to say in my case, when I've had a few cases where self-defense was the defense, your client testifies. Because they have to testify, like how is the juror supposed to know that you felt like you were in imminent fear of, like that you were in danger? Fear of imminent danger. I'm saying it all backwards. But how does the jury get how you felt if you're not on the stand? Like, how do they know the adrenaline that was going on inside of you, or your fears? Or like, wouldn't Rocky be the best person to say, hey, I was robbed 50 times. I got stabbed. I had this, I had that. My life, I felt like it was in danger. I know this man is jealous of me. He's trying to do what I do and all of that. So no, even though we had been friends for a while, I didn't trust him because he was backstabbing me or whatever. I tried to walk away and he running up behind me. I didn't know what he was going to do. I was in fear of my life. And then he could have pulled out the tissue, had the tear running out the corner of his mouth and all of that. I mean, out of his eye and all of that, had the little slob coming out the side of his mouth. He could have did all of that on the stand. So I'm just confused as to this. All of this stuff is all over the place for me. And these are real lives. Like, I get it. He's not facing what people, well, in theory, by statute, he is facing 20-something years, but it sounds like the prosecution is only going to request 8 years. But ultimately, it's up to the judge if he gets convicted of this. So this is dumb to me. I don't, this is dumb. I don't know. All right. They believe by saying, making the court believe it was a prop gun, then it'll get him off because a prop gun is not a semi-automatic firearm, which is what he is charged with. I'm sorry. I get what you're saying, Elite Leo, and I believe you. I believe you. I really do believe that that's the thought process. But oh my God. If you're gonna say it's a prop gun, okay, somebody said it was. Now I'm taking y'all word for it because I don't want to y'all saying I gave out bad information because I'm giving my disclaimer. I did not watch this trial. So taking into account what somebody in the chat said, and they basically said that this was a prop GUN that was from a video and they rented it for the video. How do you rectify that with I carry it every day? How do you carry it every day to try to warn people, but then when it's time for the biggest trial of your life to date, you don't have it and you can't go get a receipt? First of all, you don't carry anything every day that you rent. You got to return it. So that doesn't make sense. So let's just assume it really wasn't rented and it was his and he carried it during the pandemic and all that old extra stuff that they're saying. Like, how do you say I gave a warning shot? Warning shots are attributed to real GUNs. You give warning shots because you let them know at least you take one more step and that's going to be your kneecap. A warning shot is not attributed to a fake GUN. What is that going to do? So the terminology being used doesn't make any sense to me. I don't care. This defense is dumb. Okay, I'm waiting for the defense to see what they say, but it sounds dumb to me. I'm just saying. It's foolish and hard to believe. That's what call me darling. Espar said, I know folks want Rocky to be innocent because he's married to Rihanna, but this prop gun defense is dumb and hilarious. That's all I'm saying. Can we just use our comments? This a jury of your peers. That means they may know who Rihanna is, and then apparently there is an expert firearms instructor on the stand. I mean, who is the juror. There is also a person who I guess either they retired from doing entertainment law or they were married to somebody from, I was looking at some of the background, a teacher. You know, they have a variety on the stand. I don't think they have any black folks on there, but they do have people that may be semi-familiar with the entertainment industry. But let's just look at it from a collective standpoint. Some of these people may not know who Rihanna and APRocky is. So they're just hearing this. They're just regular people, period, is how they're looking at them. All right. They may know about who they are based on the representation from the attorneys. If I was a juror, I would be sitting up here like, are you guys really wasting my time right now? I could be missing something. Okay. Again, I did not watch this trial, and I'm almost glad that I did not watch this trial, because I probably would be mad right now that I spent all this time and got behind on my work for this. But this prop gun thing it's not mathing for me. So I need someone, the link is there if you would like. I need someone to explain to me how this whole thing makes sense. Anybody up in this chat, explain to me how this prop gun situation makes sense. Because why do you think you're not going to produce the prop gun, a receipt of the prop gun, a video of you going places with the prop gun on you, pictures of the prop gun, something that shows that you carry this all the time? You didn't produce anything. See, this is what my issue was with Tory Lanez. I'm not saying that Roc Nation does not try to do the things that they did. I can't even confirm or deny whether this was a whole plot by Roc Nation when it came to Tory Lanez. But what I will say is they were throwing out theories without any evidence to substantiate what they were saying. They had zero authority. They didn't even put anybody on the stand to show that Roc Nation even offered Tory Lanez a contract. We just heard it in passing. And what we say as attorneys is not evidence. So if this attorney gets up and makes all these prop gun accusations outside of the people that testified, and I guess Lou, Lou will lie for you too. I guess Lou said it was a prop gun and it was he's the one, the magazine they found, it was his, and he bought the wrong magazine and all of that type stuff or whatnot. They can use his testimony because that's actual testimony. But as the attorney, what we say as attorneys in our theories, like what that prosecutor was saying or what he think people was thinking and what was really happening, that's just their theory. You can take it or leave it. What's evidence, what is considered evidence is what has been deemed admissible and admitted into evidence, and also the testimony that's there. So I'm not understanding how this prop gun can be proven. You said it's not this. I thought he's alleging self-defense. You do have to prove it's self-defense, right? That's your defense. So you do have to know it's the prosecution has to prove. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt those elements of what he's being charged with. However, if you have a defense of self-defense, you have to prove that as a defense, because you're almost saying, basically, you're admitting that this happened, but I had a reason. That's just like, an unaliving case that I had. The defense was self-defense. The guy came after him. My client Carrie, he tried to grab from my client's gun. The guy was so high, didn't matter how many times my client was hitting him, he kept getting back up, wanting more. And then my client, who was a lot older, 30 years older, wasn't about to be tussling with this young guy. He pulled out his GUN and he shot him. To me, it was clear case of self-defense. However, they made him go to trial, and he eventually, was basically acquitted based on self-defense. But he had to take the stand and prove, his self-defense theory. Oh my gosh. Kay Anita said the defense made it up last minute. The prosecutor was mad and there were emotions on it. Oh, okay. This is correct. Oh my gosh. I thought they were going to go with the defense that it wasn't him on that video because you couldn't clearly see his face, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't even see what was going on in that video. I would assume they got an expert to try to enhance the video, and maybe it was just that grimy and bad that they just couldn't do anything with it. Everybody said the prop gun theory is new to prosecute. I'm pissed, and I ain't even on the case. Like, what are we doing here? And then they offered him a plea, right? And he was going to do what, 6 months or something? And then I believe, don't they have like a day for a day or something in California? I don't know if I would have rolled the dice on this one. But, it is a felon. You do have to weigh the effects of you being a convicted felon. He is an artist. Some countries don't let you go into other countries when you're a convicted felon. So yeah, there's things that you have to weigh if you do plea. So maybe that was the factor. They were like, we got to come up with something. We just got to muddy the waters. All we need is reasonable doubt. But so it sounds like to me, based on what you all are saying, is they have two theories. One is that it wasn't a semi-automatic gun because it wasn't real. And the other theory is it was self-defense because I heard him about beating somebody up or something and all of that. So maybe it sounds like some type of self-defense because the prosecution put up the elements to prove self-defense. So it sounds like maybe they're trying to go with the two theories, trying to throw it up against the wall and see what sticks. I don't know. Elite Leo said, yep, they have a day for a day here in Cali, so he would have been done in only 3 months. Ducky Dexter said, I'm still trying to figure out if someone was unalive. Like, why are we in court? And who is afraid of a prop, especially if you know he carries one? Well, the testimony was that he didn't know anything about the prop gun. He didn't know of Rocky ever carrying a prop So that's what the testimony is that it's not anything that can really be validated or prove that he actually did carry one. So except what somebody on the stand, I assume some, maybe security. You guys help me out. Somebody had to get on that stand and try and say, was it Lou? Because they said Lou will lie too. So somebody got on that stand and basically said that, yeah, he carried one because of the pandemic or something when COVID happened and he couldn't have security around him. So he carried it to deter people. But I'm sorry, if I'm really being assaulted like this and my home is being robbed and I'm the man of the house and I got a wife and kids and all of that, I ain't carrying no prop gun. It ain't happening. And then like somebody, I think Elite Leo said, if he knew he carried a prop gun, why would he be, why wouldn't he, for real? And the prosecution said that too. Why wouldn't you say, bro, put that prop gun up? We know you're not about that life. Cut it out. You know that's not real. Cut it out. You get some people with real GUNs that's like, even when somebody pulls it out, they know that they're not about to use it. You know, they're like, man, put that up. Like, so I don't know. This is baffling, but I'm interested to see what the defense has to say. So I'm in it now. I'm in it. If you guys have to go get some lunch or something, grab you some lunch and come back because we got to hear what the defense has to say. We're invested now. We're invested. TDC said, how can you tell a prop gun from a real gun? I personally wouldn't know. Me neither. Me neither. I don't believe Relly didn't even get, I don't believe that either. Now, again, on the flip side, I don't believe he was actually, that's why I'm saying, if you gave a warning shot and you shot up in the air, why not just go for that? Why have to go through the whole, because now as a juror, I got to question all the credibility of all your witnesses because I don't believe it was a prop gun. So if you lied about this, you probably lied about that. So why not just say, hey, if you did that and then just show the medical rec, you know, have him examined, or I'm sure, like, where did they get, I don't know. I'm assuming there was a doctor or something that came on the stand and said that he actually was grazed by a bullet or something. This whole trial is about Relly getting $30 million in a civil lawsuit. I agree. I agree with that. There was no doctor on the stand? But, well, again, the prosecution does not have to prove that he was injured in order to satisfy his burden. However, on the defense side, if you show that then that means that goes against your credibility. If you have a doctor that says that just happened because you scraped your knuckles on the ground, or you scraped your knuckles when you were moving or something, then I think that will go against his credibility, and that's their star witness. So why wouldn't they at minimum try to put information on there related to his medical condition? Oh my God, this is stupid. Apparently he never raised the GUN and shot towards the ground. Okay. Relly said he didn't know how his fingers got hurt. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so there it sounds like well, if he doesn't know how his fingers got hurt, then he's not going to win a civil lawsuit. Because you have to show damages. You have to show that you were assaulted by this person, which means there has to be a physical contact. And so you were assaulted by this person, and because of the assault, you were damaged. So if he testified that he doesn't know how he got hurt or how his hands got, now how are you going to convince a jury that you ever got injured in this incident? So if his main purpose was a civil lawsuit, then he blew that with this case. Yeah, this case is wild. You said she dressed me. Said Pam, you got to hear how they said Relly beat up one of the members. Said Relly beat him up so bad, but the dude was light skinned with no visible injury. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'd approach this differently. But you said I just got in the chat. What are your thoughts about the whole thing? I personally think Rocky's cooked. It's a wrap for him. Yeah, we're just discussing this out loud. I did not watch the testimony at all. I watched one little 10-minute snippet in my members only of Efron's testimony, and when he was getting frustrated and frazzled by the cross-examination. And then these attorneys were going at it. They were acting like they were in trial skills in law school, trying to book the class, which is booking the class means you get the highest grade in the class. So people do take that stuff seriously in law school, because I used to be arguing with folks. You know what I'm saying? Like, to this day, it's people I went to law school with. One of them is a judge. And to this day, I will go and be like, yeah, remember when I beat you in trial skills? Like, remember when I beat you? And you have like certain competitions too in law school. So you have like moot court, which is like you arguing in front of appellate panel and you go against different law schools and stuff. And I run into people I went against, and you argue like that. But in court, like, ain't nobody, like, they were really bickering back and forth. It was ridiculous. I know that transcript is all over the place. The court reporter it probably was amusing to her after a while, but people talking over each other is very, very hard for the court reporter to take it down. I'm sure the judge was very frustrated, because the little bit I saw, I was like, they are really acting like they went to law school together and one of them beat them in a class. Like, they got the highest grade. That's how they were arguing. And they're trying to prove, yeah, you might have beat me in law school, but you can't beat me in real life. But Unita said, because Relly went to hospital because his civil lawyer told him 2 or 3 days later. Well, he wasn't that injured if he didn't go to the hospital. Like, what are we talking about here? No, they said Relly hit him several times in the face, and that's why Rocky fired the gun for self-defense. So Relly hit who in the face several times? Was it Rocky or was it someone else? Because that's what I'm saying. You have self-defense, and then you do have defense of others. So if I'm out and about and I see someone getting attacked and I have a license to carry, then I can protect my fellow citizen as well. So that's why I'm wondering, this case seems so disorganized and all over the place to me. Like, there's no... and maybe that's what they're trying to do, is confuse everybody. So you're like, I don't believe him, but I don't believe him. So that's enough reasonable doubt for me. So not guilty. Maybe that's what they're hoping. It's so confusing. And you got attorneys arguing, you got prop guns, you got people lying, you got all of this stuff where the jury's just like, let everybody go home. Maybe that's what the strategy is. I don't know, but I just don't see it right now with the defense. But after lunch, hopefully we'll see it. So he was hitting, okay. So it was defense of others then. The other guy was hitting Relly. I'm so confused. You Judge Daddy. I'm sure Judge Arnold, he's been doing this for a long time. He is not new to this. He is true. I don't know. What is this saying? 12V? Is that what you're saying? I don't know these people's names. I didn't know it was that many ASAPs out here. I thought it was just one. So 12V, is that how you said? 12V also said when they got home, he didn't see any injuries. So he was hitting ills, the same ills he said he used as a body shield from supposed shots from Rocky. Now, this is what I would harp on as the defense is, how do you use, and someone brought this up in the chat, how do you use a person as a shield, but you get grazed on your knuckles and nothing happens to that person at all? And it sounds like it was more than one shot. That would be something as a juror that would make me say, you testify you use someone as a shield, but absolutely positively nothing happened to them, but something allegedly happened to you. It's because there were no shots fired towards him. He was never in fear of any type of danger. However, my client was in fear of danger because he tries to walk away and he came and grabbed him by his hoodie or whatever you guys were saying happened in the chat. When the shots were fired, all of them ran. If they all knew it was a prop, why did they all run? That is a good question. And I think that's what the prosecution was saying 50 times, because they were repeating themselves way more than they should have. No, the video was badly pasted together by the state. Elite Leo said ASAP Bari. Oh, it's an ASAP Bari too? Has a weird case. So he's no longer around. And ASAP Ferg left the... What? Who's all these ASAPs? Let me Google. How many ASAPs are there? Let me see. I didn't even know all these ASAPs even existed. So is APRocky the leader, or were they some type of a group? Huh? It's like that YNW Melly. Okay, how many ASAP members are there? Okay, no, that ain't it. Because this is something totally, this the whole, oh my gosh, that's, okay, let me do the rap group. ASAP rap group. Group members. Okay. The ASAP Hip Hop Collective includes many members, including rappers, producers, and other creatives. So ASAP, they the ASAP MOB. Okay. So they got APRocky, ASAP Ferg, ASAP Ant, ASAP 12E, ASAP Nast, ASAP Ty, ASAP Lou, ASAP Bari, who is a founding member, ASAP Ills, who is a founding member, ASAP Yams, which is a founding member. So APRocky didn't even join till 2007. He ain't even one of the founders. That's the only one I even heard of. Okay, well, there we have it. You said an ASAP time. Did you guys know it was all these ASAPs? Yeah, they were ASAP mob. That's what Google just taught me. I had no clue. They have a Wikipedia. Oh, they got, ASAP Ty Beats, ASAP Killer K, ASAP AV, ASAP Relly, ASAP Press, ASAP Dom. Okay. All right. Past members was ASAP Yams, ASAP Snacks, ASAP Josh. Their label is ASAP Worldwide and AWGE. That, I guess that's what Rocky didn't want him to tell what it means. And yelled, "Don't tell him," while he was on the stand. Okay, this is interesting. ASAP Snacks. Yes, it really be. They have ASAP Snacks. Keontae Carter said Yams died a long time ago, close to 10 years, if not more by now. Yep, never heard of him. You said Josh passed away too? Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, ASAP Lou. Yeah, they did mention ASAP Lou. Derek said Josh died and really was mad that Rocky didn't pay for the funeral. So what happened to Josh? Anybody? So is that part of what the prosecution was saying, why he was concerned because some members of the group, something, something happened to some of the other members of the group? So that's what started the issue, is that Rocky didn't pay for the funeral. But if they all in the same ASAP record label, nobody has money but Rocky? Is that what I'm hearing? And didn't they say Rocky really did pay for it? He just didn't tell anybody? That's what somebody in the chat said. I can't even confirm or verify. Okay, yeah, that's what I heard. Okay, so Derek said, but Rocky did pay the funeral and Relly didn't know. So Relly decided to check ASAP because he felt like he should have paid for the funeral. So what authority did Relly have to try to check somebody? Where is your money at? How much did you contribute? Aren't you supposed to be a person with some artists or something? He testified that he had artists and producers and all of that on his own. Call Me Darling said Rocky must have been the only one that blew up. He's the most successful along with Ferg. That's from Aaliyah TV. Yep, and was wrong. So Rocky said, where you at? Let's talk. So he was trying to check Rocky checking Rocky, trying to clock his money on what he should have paid for off of his success that he wasn't even capable of paying. That's where all of this started. Relly got on the stand and said that Rocky left us behind because some of us still in the projects. That would be my closing opening line. I would be like, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. This whole case is about feeling left behind. Because they felt like they were left behind, they were willing to do anything, go to great lengths in order to get money that they felt like they deserved, even though they didn't put in the blood, sweat, or tears. They weren't the one that was up all night doing A, B, C, D, and E. But for some reason, they feel like because one has it, they deserve it too. And because of that, they decided to try to take what didn't belong to them. And my client said, oh no, what you're not going to do, I'm willing to risk it all. I'm willing to risk being away from my family so that you don't take advantage of me or other people don't think they can take advantage of you just because you made it. Really broke as everybody else. Rocky is the most successful out the group. And he married Rihanna? Oh, yeah. Because wasn't it in the audio where he was at a hotel or something with his girlfriend? Yeah, he was struggling. Really, that's why you're about. That would be my thing. That line, I would play a clip of him saying he left us behind in the projects. Yeah, I would play that clip so many times through my closing. This is what it's really about. The prosecution is saying it's about real and fake guns. No, that's not even what it's about. It's about, I am jealous because I'm still in the projects with my controlled rent, paying $20 a month, and Rocky is over here with multiple houses, a beautiful wife, and a successful career. Many people have died for the same reasons. So Rocky had every right to believe that this day he wasn't exempt from someone taking his life because of how jealous they were. He was trying to find anything to be mad at Rocky. Anything. So he tried to use the death of one of their members. See, Rocky does a lot for people and people don't know about it. He's paid for funerals. He's helped strangers. He's done charity events. He doesn't brag about it because the Bible says that what you don't show in open, he will reward you privately. That's how, man, please. All of this extra stuff they're doing and going all over the place and whatnot. It is nothing more dangerous than a jealous human being. Someone that will eat at your table and stab you behind your back. And everybody can understand that. Someone that can smile in your face but plot to take everything that you have because life didn't work out for them the way they expected it to. Someone that doesn't put in the same amount of work but wants the same amount of reward. Someone who had the same opportunities but just didn't know how to capitalize on it. Someone jealous of the talents that God gave someone and mad because they didn't get the same talent. This is what it's really about. And this is why this man has been robbed before. This is why people have tried to take things out of his home. This is why he felt the need that he had to always carry and to protect himself at all times. And this day was no different. He knew this man was jealous of him because other people told him about it and he felt it himself. So when they met that day, he wanted to let him know, bro, just because I don't advertise the things that I do for people doesn't mean that I didn't do it. I took care of that. But I don't owe you an explanation for what I choose to take care of. And then after they love spitting, spatting, and arguing, and then he ran up behind me and I heard him running up behind me and I turned around and he's my bro. So I wasn't trying to hurt him in real life. So I just shot a warning shot to let him know, get away from me. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, that's what happened with Selena. I'll be bringing that up. Heck yeah, I think they got somebody with that, Do they got anybody? I don't know. Yeah. Yep, I'll be bringing all of that up. It's just not clear and concise enough for me, and I think they're all over the place with these sensationalized offenses when it can be way more cut and dry. But hey. You say oh my God. So Rocky was losing a fight and pulled out a fake gun. Yeah, go to jail. He wasn't fighting from my understanding, Ray all day. And what do you think carrying is for? I mean, yes, you try to do the less excessive force. So if you can fight, you fight. But everybody can't fight. They can't. Some people have, and it's not just because you're like soft or whatnot. You can literally have someone that's way bigger than you. You can have, it's different reasons. You could be older. You can have frail bones. You could be sick. You could be a little pretty boy that don't even like your nails being broken. Whatever the reason is, if you feel like you can't physically fight someone and they're getting the best of you, because people can unalive you with their hands. They can certainly unalive you with your hands. That has happened. So I don't know. We'll see what the defense got going on. We'll see how they approach this. Elite Leo said, I remember when that incident occurred overseas with Rocky and he was locked up. Video came out and showed that those fans were harassing Rocky, initiating a confrontation. Rocky was defending himself. Yeah. You said really yoked, not yoked. Really yoked Rocky up. His pants were falling down and the gun was coming out according to, oh, wow. Well, yeah, I'm just kidding. This whole, and let's be clear, it may have been a prop gun. All right, let's just go with it. It may just be that they are totally telling the truth about this prop gun, but it's not what you say, it's what you can prove. So how do you come with this defense but don't really have any proof of what you're saying? Yeah, someone on the stand who has a bias because their money is contingent on Rocky. So if Rocky goes to prison, how many people are not going to get money? If your main source of income may face prison time, that's one of the things they were trying to say with the Tory Lanez. I know I keep going back to that, but that's one of the things they were saying is how the nonprofit that is representing him now, I guess apparently Tory has helped them keep the lights on. Like they were trying to plead to the judge how many people would be affected negatively if they sentenced him to prison. So do you have an incentive to testify for your boss? Probably, and that's what the prosecution was presenting today. Both sides said they agreed to meet with the intention to talk night fights. So did Relly put his hands on ASAP first? Is that what the video is going to show? Derek said Rocky is not their main source of income, though. Okay. I don't know these people, so you may be right, and I'm not in their pockets either. I'm going by what the prosecutor said. That's why they said, if you want someone to lie, Lou will lie for you too. And you said, can't tell. I don't think Relly was the aggressor, though. Okay. The text messages show they were agreeing to fight. Rocky showed up with 3 friends and a gun. That is from Anastasia. I don't know. I didn't watch the trial. But that's what's being alleged by Anastasia. All right, Sherry, come back in 25 minutes, okay? He had open to space to not come out if he wanted to. Who is he? Like you gotta put names on here. We're talking about a lot of he's here, so you gotta put the name. Yes, Relly snatched him by his hoodie and lifted Rocky off the ground. Oh yeah. So they'll probably show that video, right? When the defense comes up. Tabitha said, I'm learning a lot. Me too, honey, because I didn't know anything about this. But what I do know is that in summation, where you're wrapping up and closing your arguments, we're going to hear who testified. Of course, we're not going to get every little detail because they don't just totally rehash line by line everything everyone said. But if you didn't watch the trial, I think this is a good way to learn if you just want to know what happened. So Ray said, well, if he can't fight, I guess he has to bring a prop gun with him everywhere he goes. That's what they said. They said he brought a prop gun. Do y'all think Rocky is a fighter? Do you guys see this picture on here with this nice, pretty, this little pinkish looking jacket and the pearls on? He looked like he's the prosecutor. You guys see this picture on here that Long Crime has up? Look at his little hair. Got the long little braids with the curly ends. He probably stays in the mirror longer than Rihanna does. Look at him. Yo, you guys think he out here. He is a lover, not a fighter. He is not out here fighting anybody. You said Rocky is a little guy. He models. Really is very tall. He said he has no business walking around without security. Okay. You think Riri's man is hot, huh? Titty said Rocky is not fighting with this pretty skin. Ooh. Derek said one reason he here is a prop is because he got his face sliced in the club a few years ago. Yeah, well, that's a reason to carry something real. That's why I'm saying I think he has a legitimate purpose to carry something. I do. And I do believe if this person is jealous, a jealous person is very dangerous. And if you try to cut a jealous person off, like somebody brought up with Selena, with the artist Selena, that is dangerous. That lady, literally, because Selena did not want her to found out she was stealing and didn't want her to be a part of over her fan club, and she was obsessive and all of that type of stuff. She was like, she'd rather unalive Selena than to not be a part of her life. So people are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So he may have had legitimate reasons, legitimate fears, and I would have honed in on that like during trial. Like I would have, anything that showed that he was jealous, that he wanted what he had, that he was just trying to find an opportunity to take. I think they did like show his bank records and all of that. I think I read that somewhere where it showed he really didn't have any money, even though he was acting like he was a millionaire, that the guy really didn't have any money. But anything that would show his disdain and his distaste for ASAP Rocky being successful and paint a picture. You have to paint a picture for a juror. Rarely acts like a jealous girlfriend that broke up with him. Yeah. Yep, I agree. Should have had security. I agree. His security should have went with him that day. But I guess because that's a member of the group, right? Maybe he didn't think he needed security. That's why I don't get the fake. What is a fake gonna do when you get in some real situation? That's what's baffling me, KK Scorpio. And then if you're saying that your team, like if you're saying that Efron knew that this was a fake gun, then why would he even care? Like, why would you pull it out to shoot anything? Because they all know it ain't real no way. Why wouldn't they just come right at you and start punching you in your face? Because they know it's not real. So I don't believe he knew that ASAP allegedly carried this around. I don't believe that. Relly got off the stand one day and said something to Rocky. The judge told him to stop, and he said Rocky was looking at him. Rocky is sitting there, sitting at the defense table. He's supposed to look at you. Where do you think he's supposed to be looking at, sir? The sound. That's the defense. The sound was to scare. But why would the sound scare anybody if you know it's a fake sound? That's what I'm saying. She dreads me. If I know that it's a fake anything, that's like, it's a lot of devices that are out there that's used to deter and to scare people, like your panic buttons on your cars, that if you hit the alarm, then other people are going to be alerted and they may look and see what's going on. There's a lot of things that are used in order to deter somebody. So I agree with this prop gun thing. It's just, now I do believe it's a bit suspect. And to me, it sounds like the police really didn't do a thorough investigation anyway, because they probably didn't look at it as a case. that they probably didn't look at it as a case or whatever, but him coming back and finding casings is crazy to me. Like, finding the cartridges or whatever he came back and found is kind of like suspect. That's suspect to me too. So that would probably be something that they mull over. Like, that is kind of interesting that the police didn't find anything, but he did. But then you had the prosecutor, they had their theory on, oh, he just so happened to have these already fired. And when he went to the gun range, that he took the casings at the gun range in order to plant them. That means he had to know that this defense was going to come and that they were going to try to, I don't know. This case is all over the place. I like Taco Pink. Listen, that Brooklyn in him is going to really resonate through this screen. That's why I'm sitting here just jabbering, until lunch is over so that I can hear what this defense have to say. I can't miss 1 minute of this defense because Relly is the clown told Ricky to stop looking at me. He had a house full of real uns, but on him he had a fake one. Come on. Well, some people have them in their house and they don't, you can register to your house and you don't have the ability to carry them. It's easier to get them in your home than to carry them on you personally to protect your house. So, police dropped the ball and they should have put the 911 caller on after Relly. She was way more convincing. So what the 911 caller say? What did she say? You said Relly is a bootleg Karen. Relly crashing out ruined the case. ASAP Ferg was live from the bushes. Did you hit the like button? Live from the bushes? Did you subscribe? Did they bring the fake gun and show it to? No, they didn't. KK Scorpio, not at all. It's missing. They don't know what happened to it. He carried it all the time, but then after this incident, poof, it disappeared. This sounds like a daytime court show. Yeah, it sounds scripted. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't even believe it if I wasn't looking at it. Relly tried to say that he's never been to a GUN range here in LA, and Twitter found, not Twitter investigator, sending it over. Sent him in the range, and the defense brought it up in court. Wow. Listen. Relly went home and got those casings. That's from Petty Patty. Derek said Relly lied and said he was never, in all caps. So he wanted never. Did I say that right, Derek? At a gun range until the video of him at the gun range popped up. Bring you up. All right. Here's the link, honey. Hello, Lisa. Thank you, sweetie. I got another gift from you the other day. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're just out, trying to come at the 11th hour to talk about the APRocky. That's all we're doing over here. It didn't disappear. They brought in a witness, Lou, who testified he sent it back to the video director. But why would he send it back, Lotus Flower Bomb, if they're saying he carried it every day since the pandemic in order to deter people? Why would you send it back now? You just so happen to conveniently send it back when all of this stuff is going on? Huh?
Hello, can you
hear
me? Hold on. Let me see if I can get my AirPod connected. Hold on. I done been there since day one. This case has been crazy. Dennis.
Hey,
Uncle Dennis.
what's going on? What's going on?
That is my uncle.
I'm bigger than everybody.
So, Pam, I'm with
Yeah.
you on this one. This prop gun defense was probably the weakest defense they could put on. I
Mm.
wish they would have used a self defense. But then, if you use the self defense, you have to take ownership that you had a gun, and that's illegal in the state of California to carry a gun.
Okay. Got it. Wow. I thought so, and I'm not gonna say the reporter's name, but I thought somebody said he was licensed or something. That's not true, Dennis. He wasn't
No,
licensed
no,
here.
no, he wasn't.
Oh.
And you know from ASAP Lou's testimony that they only allow you to have premise permits or carry a permit at your home. So
Oh.
they will only allow you to possess a premise permit or keep the weapon at the home. So they had to have a permit to have the weapon at the home as well. But California has the strict gun laws like New York, where it's very hard to get a carry permit. Even with
Got it. Somebody in the
someone,
chat said that. Yeah, but I thought somebody said he had a permit. So maybe he had a permit in his house.
right, he did.
Okay.
So, and the other thing that the prosecutor pointed out that the clip, the magazine that was found in the closet, that's too coincidental to have the same type of shell casings found in the clip that match it, because that would mean that ASAP really knew that APRocky carried that type of gun. So they couldn't really explain that one away. And why is it just a clip in the closet? And why would not Lou have that clip with him? Why was he storing his guns at APRocky's house?
Right. So you think he should have took the plea, huh? Because that's what I'm leaning towards right now. But I'm
Yeah,
coming in at the end.
yeah. I think if you listen to, after you listen to each of the witnesses testify, it does appear that a lot of them were prepped for to follow a certain narrative, and I think he probably should have took the plea.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yep. Think I lost you, Dennis. Can you hear me? She dreads me.
Yeah. I tried.
Okay.
I'm in through the app now. I was going through the browser, so I think this is better. But
Okay. I
I'll
don't
let
know. We
Dennis finish
somehow
talking.
lost Dennis, but go ahead and say what you have to say. I guess he'll pop back on.
Man, I don't know. You was asking a lot of questions, and I had answers for them. But
So you watched the whole trial?
Yeah.
Dennis, you're back. Hold
thing.
on 1 second. We're gonna let Dennis finish what he had to say, and then you go ahead and talk. Did you finish your statement?
yeah,
Dennis?
and the other thing, when I was in the courtroom and they were talking about the clip and how there was no scratches on the clip. Anyone that shoots at a gun range or use guns that require a clip know that you don't really get scratches on your clip. I have a clip that I had for years. I don't have any scratches on it. So when he said that, I was like, well, it could look new, but if you don't use it that much, and it could have been a spare clip. And some people say, well, why didn't he if he threw the gun away, why didn't he throw the clip away? Well, you can have a spare. He could have threw the gun with the clip, the actual clip that was in the gun. And that could have been a spare clip. And he forgot he had the clip in the closet.
So Patrice said the carry permit, the way the laws are in California, and of course there is somebody on the jury that's a gun instructor, so they may say everything that you just said about how it's difficult to get the permits and all of that. So do you think that would make it more plausible that it was a prop gun because he couldn't have a real gun, or no? You think they'll be
No,
like, whatever, you just
and
coming
the
up
other
with
thing,
these?
this guy's from New York. And and I had to say, most guys, while ASAP may not be a quote unquote street dude, you're just not carrying prop guns when you feel that your life might be in jeopardy, especially in California with these gangs and everything, and they do a lot of robberies out there. Why would you even pull a prop gun out?
Right.
So my question is, let me ask you, Dennis, so if you have to have a permit to carry it on your person, why is the judge I guess, allowing him to use it as self-defense? Could you still use the gun as self-defense even though you're not permitted to
Absolutely,
carry
and I
it?
think Pam could attest to
Yeah.
that. Yeah, you can
Okay.
use it. You still have the
You
right
can
to
still use
defend yourself.
self-defense. Yep, you can still use self-defense. People use self-defense and they've been convicted felons and can't even
Okay,
carry.
got it.
Yep.
I mean, that's like someone come in your house, you're not supposed to carry a gun. But if you're not supposed to have possession of a gun. If they come in your house, you kill them, it's still self-defense. You might have to eat the gun charge, but it's still self-defense.
And most of the time they'll get rid of the gun charge. They won't even like try to charge you with it. Well, that's been my experience.
And let me ask you one thing, Pam. Just because Relly wanted to get paid or wanted this case to, the situation to go away quickly, does that make him wrong for asking for money up front versus, I don't see nothing wrong with that, in that he was trying to give ASAP an easy way out of this because maybe ASAP, brought a gun to a fist fight,
Yeah, I think that for assault cases, it's not uncommon. That's why there's a civil avenue. It's not uncommon for you to sue people civilly. So he tried to immediately do the civil route because it probably was the best for him as well because he needs the money, obviously.
Right.
So yeah, when you weigh what does it really benefit him for Rocky to go to prison? Because you see how people act now with Tory. They almost make you basically pay for putting their face in prison. So this could ruin his whole career, whatever, that he had going on. People look at him totally different. So when you weigh that cost benefit analysis, money probably would have been the best route for him in this situation.
And if the jury returns a guilty verdict, it bolsters the civil case because it's the fact that he cannot go back to the neighborhood he's from. You can't go back to Harlem.
I don't think it busted because how is he going to prove his injuries? If he testified that he really doesn't know how he was injured, damages is one of the prongs you got to prove in a civil case.
Well,
so what damages does he have?
What about the pain and suffering?
Oh yeah, emotional
distress.
I hope he's going to see is he seeing a psychologist now? Did he testify that he is so distraught that he has been seeking therapy every day?
He did
that start after his attorneys told him?
He definitely testified to that. I actually tried to interview him on the last day of testimony, and they took him to the district attorney's office. I didn't see, we were both in that courthouse. So I went up to I want to say it was the 15th floor, and got out, and I didn't know where I was walking. They started walking toward the back, and the sheriff stopped me and said, "Hey, where you going?" I said, I'm going out this way. He said, "No, this is the district attorney's office." And he kept on looking back, but he didn't want to talk. So I think
because his career, it sounds like his career is already taking a hit or whatever it was.
Did he really have a career?
I don't know none of these people, Dennis. I'm old. I get it. Like, this is what you do. I don't follow none of these people.
So his argument was, he's a manager. He manages artists. And he said before this situation, he was meeting with labels. He was meeting with all these labels. And when it hit the news and the ASAP members were saying he was a snitch, all of that changed. The labels no longer wanted to meet with him. His artists left him. So that's his argument.
But again, Pam said you got to.
That'd be the damages, I guess, he'll do for his civil litigation. That was good to testify against, I guess. But then you got to show that he testified from the little bit I heard that they weren't really making money, though. He hadn't really made money off of them. So how do you know you ever would have made money? I think he's going to have an issue with damages in a civil case.
I mean, it's a conviction. He's good for a couple of million in the conviction. If
he ain't getting a million or nothing. He ain't getting 1 million. ASAP, call me. He'll get nominal damages. Go play with somebody else.
Well, what do you think?
$1 million. Get out of here. He looks like he was punching a punching bag or something and scraped his knuckles. That's what he looked like. Talking about $1 million.
That's the other thing.
Everybody.
They didn't look, that didn't look. I saw the injuries. They didn't look like a bullet's grazed his knuckles.
No,
Like,
it don't even look like a graze. I've had a case with a grazing too. It doesn't even look like a graze to me. And then you didn't even get. I mean, well, the prosecutor didn't have to put anybody medical on. Like they chose to do it in Tory's because remember they don't have to prove injury for that charge. They don't have to prove an injury at all. But they did that to show the egregiousness, of course, with Meg Thee Stallion. So in this one, apparently they didn't put any medical person on there because they didn't need to. But I would have done it on the opposite end just to show like he wasn't even. What is he talking about? He used somebody as a human shield. Nothing happened to them, but now your knuckles is great. How did your knuckles get scraped?
But look, guess what he told him? Get what he told him. He said, Trump got his ear glazed and he was going off on Tacopina. He told me some. Well, Trump got his ear grazed and he ain't had no injuries either. I said, man, really crashing out, man. Come on, really?
Relly was crashing out. He was definitely crashing out. He was definitely crashing out. And the jurors, I looked at the jurors, mostly women on the jury. I think maybe 3 guys on the jury, but mostly women on the jury. And they were taking a lot of notes. But when Lewin was cross-examining or examining Relly, Tacopina was cross-examining Relly. They were looking at Relly's demeanor and the way he was just acting towards Tacopina, as well as the judge admonishing him a couple of times. I don't know how that would play.
This person says if Rocky is convicted under California law, he automatically wins the civil case. Okay, really? Let's just assume what you're saying is true, because I don't know how true that is, and I doubt it. But let's just assume what you're saying is true. You still have to prove damages. It doesn't matter. What if they say we believe that he assaulted him and they basically find him liable, but then they say the amount of damages is $10. Was that really worth it? They can really award you $10. Now they can try to do punitive damages, or you gotta hope that they're gonna give him some real money for this. But $1 million, no. But I think ASAP should have just paid him.
Absolutely. I agree. Should have paid him.
This isn't worth it. You got babies, you got your partner in life and whatever they're calling her for the trial. She done brought the babies. It reminded me of, remember we were there with Tory and he had his son up there in the hallway coloring and stuff.
She brought the babies and the coloring book.
We heard the baby on camera. The baby,
yeah.
I'm like, is that the baby googling and gaga?
I don't know. I think Rihanna's presence is not really going to help this case.
No, it's not. I think he should have paid him and it should have just went away. That was it. I mean, I wonder was it a demand letter that was sent beforehand from his civil attorney before they even... But I mean, if his attorney made him file a police report, once he filed that police report, it was nothing they can do to stop that. That is up to the prosecutor if they want to take the case or not.
Do you think him finding those shell casings makes the prosecution's case weak?
I think it's suspect. But is that enough reasonable doubt for the prongs? Like, we got to look directly at what needs to be proven, not just all the extra stuff surrounding it that the prosecution doesn't have to prove. I think they were smart in listing what they don't have to prove. Like, yeah, we may be talking about this, but this isn't a part of what has to be proved. If you follow what the statute says, did we prove point 1, 2, and 3? That's it. Don't worry about whether he was really injured, minimizing the injuries. Don't worry about any of that. Then I think that's part of what got Tory.
Right. When do you think we'll get a verdict? I think we're closing today.
They're going to close today. They're going to have a verdict tomorrow.
Monday. I think Monday.
I think Valentine's Day.
You think they're going to, so is the judge going to close it out and have them start deliberating tomorrow, or you think they're going to start deliberating today?
They start tomorrow. I think it's going to be the same with I said the same thing about the Jonathan Majors case. Everybody thought that was closed and cut. It took them 2 days.
I think they'll start deliberation tomorrow. I think, Takapina want to close because it has to be a rebuttal to the
Monday is a holiday, so I thought they set the day for closing. They're gonna respond to the defense. They get to have the last word. The prosecution does. So
I think what's so.
What holiday is Monday?
Monday is President's Day.
Oh,
probably one of the only holidays Trump kept.
Damn.
I think what's so interesting about the shell casings is all his reports say it was 4 or 5 shots. Like even when they have the phone call with him and the homeboy, he's
That's
like,
a good point.
He shot me 4 or 5 times. The police report 4 or 5 times, but when you hear the video, there's only 2 shots and he only found 2 casings. So if I'm the juror, that's something I'm kind of looking at like, it's just so tricky.
But 2 shots, 2 casings. Where did the shots come from? So he was, he said 4 or 5. I mean, when someone's up, looking down a barrel of gun, it may sound like a machine gun. It could have been repetitive shots for him.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's the point. In his mind, it was 4 or 5 shots, but he only found 2 casings. So that would make me believe him a little bit more. Like he really only found 2 casings.
And honestly, with witnesses, my experience has been that they rarely get the amount of gunshots right. So it may be something when you're in the moment. Like a lot of the witnesses, they'll say it was 2 shots, and then you turn around and find out it was either more than that or vice versa.
Right.
So that does happen a lot.
Because my thing is, if they're saying he planted them, in his mind he was shot 4 times, he would have turned in 4 casings. He only turned in 2. So
that's true. Okay, he would
and
have been
I think
looking
the LAPD did a bad job in canvassing the area. They did a bad job.
Yeah,
they should have found that.
I agree.
They should have found.
So they came the same day. Did they come after the incident? The police came.
They came immediately. It was a 911 call. That's why I said they should have put the caller on after him.
That's what I asked you. What did the caller say? That's what the question I asked you.
So she was unbiased. She's not on either side. So she just told her story. She said, I was on my balcony. She was about 7 floors up. She said, I saw the 4 men. She kind of pointed at Rocky and she was like, I could tell the guy with the black hoodie pulled out a weapon, shots fired, everybody ran. I called the police. I felt like she felt more believable because, she didn't have a bias to anyone, but they put her on before Relly. They should have put her on after, because after Relly crashes out for 2 days straight, losing his temper, I can see why the jury would be like, oh, he is aggressive. Maybe he was beating people up. So
I think he was aggressive. I think they came with the 3 of them because they knew that they couldn't handle. Okay, we're back. Okay.
It's about to come on. So, all right, I'm about to let y'all go because I'm going down.
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. Oh, I added this on here. Wait a minute. All right. So it sounds like they're supposed to be coming back on. She said she just smoked the blunt. So Derek, you saying that what she heard wasn't what she saw because she was high? What if she's a daily smoker? Huh? What if she's a functional weed head? Destiny said Rocky said he stopped fooling with Relly because he was emotional. Okay. Well, Rocky, when did Rocky say this? Was it in a text message? Because Rocky didn't testify. It sounds like Tory's witnesses saying what he saw. That's why I'm saying a lot of this stuff is eerily familiar with the Tory Lanez situation. Unita said the state will only repeat what has already been said. The Popo told Relly how many shots when they showed him the video. Oh, okay. Got it. Eve has many faces. Said I called the police and had a video of a woman who hit my vehicle, again, driving with no insurance. The police would not accept my evidence. I wanted them to charge her. They said no. Yeah, ultimately, it's up to, so the police don't charge. What the police do is they investigate and they gather the evidence, and then they present their evidence to the prosecutor. Then the prosecutor reviews the evidence, and either they'll decline to continue with the charges, or they will send it back. They'll decline, they'll accept it, or they'll send it back and say, hey, we do think you have something here, but can you do more investigation? We don't believe we have enough information, because all they need is probable cause to charge you. However, it's beyond a reasonable doubt in order to convict you. And so even though they have a low bar to get you in there, a lot of prosecutors, they're not going to try to bring charges unless they feel that they have a high probability of winning at trial. So ultimately, it's really not up to the police. Sometimes, from my understanding from detectives that I know, they do have prosecutors that have asked them, well, do you believe this person? Like, did they come across credible to you? And they may ask their input, but ultimately it's up to the prosecutor or the DA, whichever one you use in your state, in order to determine whether they're going to charge or not. So let's get back in it.
Good afternoon, ladies and the defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has, and he's afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try to discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all live with that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is the great system of ours that works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mrs. Perjury when I hope to find arguments. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hours to meet first summation, they get 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once, not even dealt with. That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see, because the case does rise and fall in credibility, without question. Without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit, that without really the 2 videos and the sounds, there was no evidence of a shooting. Could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So Relly's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. Perjury seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Efron and his credibility. He understands that that case rises and falls, and he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Efron. We'd be here for Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admissions of perjury, the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. Prezomo said there's no evidence of a profit in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a profit. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same argument again and again. Sometimes in a sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused? Ever been falsely accused? Have you ever sit there and take it, watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you can do it? All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis is your conduct remains. That's another reason why I am so proud to represent Robert. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first line out of the bat in the opening statement, it seems like a year and a half ago, was that this case was about rebellious jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry, pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall on his credibility. You take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, really showed you who he truly was when it came time to cross-examination. He's a man who told me without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that. That's what's true. I was right out of the box. The first one that line is.
You want the audio visual, please, Mark, please.
I'm gonna, you are out of one.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We have an audio visual person before, go ahead.
Good.
Sure.
Okay. What you would have heard, what you may see one day, hopefully after Mark comes up and saves us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, 1 question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in 1 question. That was a first for me. I've been doing this for a bit. That was a first for me. 4 answers, 1 question. Yes, no, I don't recall. I don't know. He's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in this courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of the court with the judge, with the jury, with these terrific sheriff's deputies and bailiffs. That's how you hear. Imagine what is capable in the dark of night. The other thing was watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it is falling hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case. It's been a long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. Another person, me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once have we been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. That's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here, and parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood. You represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your work. Use your common sense to do that, and ladies and gentlemen, your work goes far beyond these four doors. The evidence isn't there in this case. It's not even close. Again, appreciate Mr. President's argument, but we're going to dissect the evidence now. Apart from Relly's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm talking about his physical evidence, he said, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, always going to call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove that case, they prove the opposite. Relly was the aggressor in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not. Sorry.
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Go ahead. You need that here or over here? Yeah.
So maybe he's just rambling a bit because he thought that maybe he's rambling a bit right now because he thought that this would be set up and he planned on playing the video. So now he has to regroup or something. But I'm with you. I'm not very impressed with how this is starting out. I don't know where he's going. I think it should be a better theme. And it should flow a lot better than this. Yes, you should always thank your jurors because this is a sacrifice and what they get paid, like, I don't know, depending on where you live at, $25 or whatever it is per day, that they're on time, that they're all day, and they're away from their families. And depending on how long the trial is, you're away from work and all of that. So yes, you do thank them. Let's get into this. Hold on.
I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people what about it. I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know. I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people what about it.
Okay. I think we already discussed it. I'll have to go back to it, but you can get it once. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Relly's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. One for the altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue. The other for the altercation is Del Mar, that fuzzy video that you received. The DA said you only have to decide if it's proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. Person. Nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. And the judge just told you this just the other day. He said As a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see. They say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see. Which is why they cut off the end of the video on Visa Del Mar. And I'm going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away, they cut off the part where Quelly goes back and gets Ills one more time. Yeah, he's only using for a human shield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you. Each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Another term I didn't hear much in the 2 hours plus summation of this result. Beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semi-automatic firearm and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now, as we sit here, Rocky Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because, folks, please remember, the judge didn't tell you he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts. There's hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. We have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives on the street when talking to our friends or analyzing whether our kids have been truthful or our friends have been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting of the courtroom. Because it seems, as a country, that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country were no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, if there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, the judge said this to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was. What a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime. It isn't he probably committed the crime. It is I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond a reasonable doubt in this case? Terrell Efron is a compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. He lies without remorse. Folks, he even bragged to you about committing perjury. He literally did. And you're going to see it. As long as Mark is close by, in the video works, you're going to see him literally bragging about committing perjury. You know, this reasonable doubt, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. President said, that the defense story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny, because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, we'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case. Remember that? It's like the closing remark in jury selection. We'll never ask you to look at what's possible. You said that. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right here at the jury selection. Boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the game. Is it possible you missed the shell casings? You have to say, you never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. First witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, is it possible you missed the shell casings? Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that really claimed to have found that night? Remember what the thick floor said about that? Excuses. Well, you know, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go past that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. At all costs. And it's not about justice. It was able to stop winning. Plain and simple. And they played games in this case that should offend you. I'm not just saying it, I'm going to keep you through. Not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this relic, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening. I said we're here to make promises both sides, but not like politicians' promises. You know, the thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, and you see if we fulfill them. And here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages show he was the aggressor. We got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Relly with the real gun. We told you that Relly was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Relly was the real aggressor, Rocky used the problem to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that an object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun beyond the reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense in 12-year ills. The judge instructed you if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun beyond the reasonable doubt, the case is over. It's over. Beyond the reasonable doubt. You can stop there. It's over. The judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or in defense of 12-year ills, he's also not guilty. That's the law. It's not our argument. They bear the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond the reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Relly threatened Rocky, Relly threatened Schwelby, Relly repeatedly punched Bills and ragdoll Bills. And we're going to show you that again on the video. Slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on the video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle. First, beyond reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not what we require them, because they cannot, absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was proper. Unimpeached. Not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence in the record Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Twelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came in here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Lou Levin told you where it came from. That D&B music video, he identified it with Rocky and Rihanna from July of 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to put the piece onto a belt to make it easy to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine to make it look more intimidating because the Glock he had prop gun Glock with 26 sockets of pocket, really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Sloman told you that Lululemon couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. Testimony you could, by the way, you can always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys can take crazy things, but if there's any dispute, you can always say, can we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Lemon talked about the security people who advised on it, or whatever, type of that. So he never was asked who, but he didn't say a security guy. He said security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor that they mocked him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Lemon also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next. He didn't remember if it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring a picture of the DMV video. Everyone took the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos were all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it. They could have burned it in. Put it on YouTube. They didn't do it. They didn't want you to see that video. Lou Levin told you he asked the co-director, this guy Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that. He explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was borrowed and exchanged and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. The guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA spoke. They told you. They told Lou. They spoke to Haji. They reported it. They told him. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that thing.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper arguments.
Overruled.
There's a thing that says loud people. It's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper
Sustained.
argument.
That is sustained. Don't do that, Mr. Tank.
Anyway. You know, they knew about Lou Levin's prosecution before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have looked at prop houses, the music video, whatever else. They could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, you had absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony. You cross-examined. It wasn't a surprise to them. They didn't want to be groups. They knew what they were going to find. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's a proper argument.
Reveille's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Reveille shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last point, the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video, shot a real gun at his friend Ills, who was right there. I mean, Ills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun. and his friend Bills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Bills was right there. There's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Bills wasn't getting hit. That was real. There was no way. DA then said, well, you know, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lou Levin explained that pretty well, pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, oh, we better say this in case, I don't know, next year at some point I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They did know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when it was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for Trolley and Lou Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process and what's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement behind you. You know, it's the prosecutor's job to make sure innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses who were often treated roughly and ridiculed, attacked by Mr. Lewin, an obsession to win. You don't treat witnesses who came in here, don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive, you don't treat them like that. Just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that. Mark Twain, way off, once said, to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That came to life. Prosecution embraced Relic in this case, though. Embraced him. He didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times. Called things fake that weren't fake. He lied to your faces. That wasn't even mentioned this morning. They defended him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct. And with all witnesses, Mr. Lewin carried it to them like they were serial killers. And I mean Twelby and Lou Levin. They were the polar opposites of Relly in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative. They weren't disrespectful. They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides. Compare those human beings to what you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent, they didn't throw water bottles, they didn't curse. I mean, Relly, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying, and when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not going to go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions like Relly was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is also coached very well. I dare you damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars, or they were inconsistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay low on them. Oh, they must have been coached. They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. And you saw that in the end. They both told you, Lou and 12, both told you you previously carried a problem for that 6-month period. Being the victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had it on November 6, 2021. And now Rocky's friends knew, he had friends. They didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that would be stupid to say, put a social media post out, carry a prop gun. In case you want to attack me, it's really only prop gun. No, Lou said, and 12, he said, it was an immediate group of friends. The prosecution peppered 12 with questions about his summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony, prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant to 12 we saw in that document.
That's the improper argument for.
Read that. That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what 12 we saw in that summary document.
That is the improper argument.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look, when I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop gun defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this issue. Detective Flores was asked, was this something when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop gun defense? And he said, there were no deposition in criminal cases for the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, he just found out about this prop gun. What you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores, who's very honest, and I think he tried to do a good job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the direct in this case, it would make it sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was prop gun. That's been since day one for Rocky. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about. I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, the day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statement, that you guys were empowered. Okay. Whatever. He goes crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were empowered in 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, yeah, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report, like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning, he told them that for the first time. Okay. I'm saying, oh, they just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves as police officer Zizzo because he just remembered that day 5 years later. You know? I mean, it's sort of odd. 5 years after the fact, he remembers they may have missed it. But that's okay. Look, more importantly, as Shelby told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Relly, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Relly, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committed perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that a summary was Trump's actual statement when it wasn't. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Colby how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Colby said on direct testimony. Completely. Colby didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite. He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021 in Harlem at that governor's ball thing, and after he first saw it at the DMV video. He said they spoke about it. But he was ripped apart. Dude, never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. Well, games they played with 12B. You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to 12. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January 2025, neither he, the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement tried to reach out to 12. They knew who he was, obviously. But that still didn't prevent Mr. Lewin from asking 12B if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact 12. They knew he didn't try to contact 12 before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. Why give a false impression that somehow 12 ignored a message? That somehow 12 ignored a message? Oh, I'm sorry.
Disparity in counsel.
Yeah, there cannot be any disparaging, personal attacks.
So it's not a personal attack. It's a question was asked.
There are,
Okay,
do not debate with me
Sorry.
about a ruling.
Yep.
Objection sustained.
okay. Well, you heard the testimony. You saw what happened. You figured out what it was all about. But 12 was asked, didn't you get a message from us in the past? When Detective Flores said, no, no one left him a message. No one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just got to ask yourself, why was that question asked if it didn't happen? Look, you know, what I said, games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked 12B about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a prop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on East Lamar in November of 2021. 5 months later. So the fact that there was a prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard there had to be a prop gun way before that. And here's this also, think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried a prop gun on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence. He had a stalker, his face was slashed. And home invasion, okay? But he'd been subject to violence. On the street, he didn't have a camera. Okay? So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, if they're already in his home, much less in his bedroom, they aren't would-be attackers anymore. They're in fact attackers. And a prop gun would be useless there, obviously. Also with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I guess that the floors, if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
Well, that's an improper argument.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal, and given back to Lou who was there. at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that. Not just Lou's man, the guns were legal too. Two of them were used. One of them was used, and two was Rocky's. You heard that from the paper. It was legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should be no dispute over that at all. Search for the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win at all points. It's not a game. Some games certainly didn't understand it. It's not a game. In fact, the prosecution did absolutely nothing, ladies and gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Rowley. Nothing. Yeah, he got loud and yelled at him a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. He didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't lack of trying. I mean, they were yelled at, they were berated. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the streets where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally, he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" That was just a matter of speed. But Mr. Lewin had to take that. Say, "No, I don't feel you. I don't really mean I feel you. I can't feel you."
It's a proper argument.
Overall.
There's no need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. No, they were grilled both 12 weeks, and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. Again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. President this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice, as if that makes it not true. That's not true. That's definitely not true beyond this without. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, 12 being Lou. 12 said 0. He went 0 from him. For Rocky, nothing. He does his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary from Rocky, and he does. And he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend their peer is unbiased with it, so they love it. But it's an interesting thing, though, that they were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Relly, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lou Levin, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris to get it. You made $20,000 last year from him, huh? I mean, their guy's looking $30 million for that. No disgrace. By the way, Relly got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly. They had no witness in this case, as you now know, because he'd be on island somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Relly wants to use law enforcement as a money collector, because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. And if he got his money, he's got to go pound sand. They'll never find him. He's going to be on an island. I told you how that process works out. You hear that things. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want to ignore. They don't even mention that. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. but it's why we're here in this courtroom. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed, that both Trovey and Lou established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a property by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a pump gun. Relly's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. Trovey testified during the first altercation. Relly said something to the effect of, shoot that big ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now, Relly said he didn't say that. So, now you have to say, who's more credible, more trustworthy, Trovey or Relly? Essentially, you have the words of the two in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage, where he's claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on a real gun that he doesn't know is a fake gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls the real gun and pointed him right to kill him. So think about that for a second when you talk about a reasonable doubt or a doubt based on reason. Think about that. That was so odd. I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berating him as I'm following him, almost begging him to shoot. Well, let's see, Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told me what he thought about that. He testified. He said, that would be an odd thing for Relly to do. It's testimony from his trial. Mr. Efron, on December 2021, you asked him why he needed to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? He answered yes, Detective Flores. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I said, right? And Detective Flores said yes. Of course it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a pump gun. And of course, when Relly was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, when Detective Flores questioned about it, Relly said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on in the question. When you asked Mr. Efron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was he didn't know why. So, Detective Flores, and he said correct, Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Relly could do at that point, he said, I don't know, I found him to lose the gun. Obviously, I don't know was all Relly could say because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a problem. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Whew. That's it. Just name one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of line.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a prop. And you heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that there was no sign of a shooting, there was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial from you from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. And you heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said There's gonna be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. That's the sergeant body cam footage. That's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot. That's testimony in front of you all in the trial. Again, so no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot, right? That's what he said. Sergeant Zizzo said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots from the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution cannot prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without relic being totally believable. Not without relic being totally believable. And he is not worth it. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand for 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long is he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on cross anyway. 3, 4 times, the judge had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. Well, because without him, when he questioned his credibility, it's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when he questioned his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence of a shooting. They even had to prove, they had 0 evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone shooting. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun? What's their evidence? Relly's shell casings, Relly's knuckle scrapes, and the videos from the parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. And they're all there and so forth. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's an operable gun, a real gun or not, right? Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told this jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do it? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable, how are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Relly's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else they have? Well, sounds, those 2 sounds. Okay. The gunshot sounds heard at the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound. A starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's a case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks. Please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they rely on proved that Rocky had an operable firearm that night. Beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable product. That's it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm. Beyond a reasonable doubt, the case detective believes that. What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Well, these knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. What they said in their opening statement about Relly's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were bullet grades, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they say when they were opening out those scrapes? Whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe those knuckles.
I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with a semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California, is to what an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
One of the objections actually to what you said what the prosecution wants you to do.
Overruled. That part's overruled.
But anyway, regarding the law, this is not about an element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the credibility of the only witness in this case, the prosecution. That's what that argument was about. About the credibility. I mean, you have to. So whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. Of course, they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Relly was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he was truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Relly was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you. Those are the two reasons. So I disagree with you. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. Because obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Relly couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet. At least at trial, couldn't tell you. Look at his testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet or the floor or whatever, I don't know. I can't see. Okay. So it's either what was left from the bullet or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know. I can't see. It's not what he said in his lawsuit. His lawsuit, he said the shot. And he wants $30 million because he was shot. Now it's maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything to him? Does an oath mean anything at all? He really doesn't believe what he said to you in the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that. And that's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt of the truth. Relly said proof in the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Gills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Relly said he was left. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then it scoots along. And that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that. Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything to know they are not from a bullet. You want to put them up or something? Yeah. Bullet. $30 million. There's no one with eyes in the brain thinks that's a bullet wound. That's what he said. Raised my opinion. Now he said bullet floor. Bullet floor. I mean, he still brought a lawsuit against Rocky, saying he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound. Bullet wound, like he said. Ridiculous. And it, by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his Boomerang Instagram video he posted on his manicured hands, which I think he showed to the jury. Yeah. That's a permanent injury that only $30 million would take care of. He first told the police that he treated scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Anderson testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here, he said, because he doesn't trust everything there in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes, but because the detective on November 9th, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. Here's Detective Ford's testimony. Her statement, Detective Matthew, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is, correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital, get treated because of the type of case that this is? Normally he tells someone to go to the hospital because they need medical attention, not to manufacture a thing in a case. That is offensive, and it should be offensive to you because the type of cases that you go to the hospital. Make it look like you require a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution may, and I'd say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case. You don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with the shell casings also, manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented trying to establish that APRocky had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those shell casings in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police was at the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness Officer Zizzo showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on the body cam video. And you saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective told you, Detective Forrest told you, About 20 minutes they were there for searching. That's 7 minutes, 7 officers times 20 minutes. That's 140 minutes of manpower right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell casings. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation means we agreed, the defense and the prosecution. At the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day, it's Tuesday, right? So the last day was Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casing recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. We'll explain that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings. There was zero evidence on this record. Zero. And if I didn't say show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges look like or how they were ejected from the prop gun. There was zero.
That's an improper argument. It misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not?
I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness for the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read it back. Right?
Thomas stating the evidence, they get to speak last. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. Because I don't want him to state the evidence. So there, I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. Say, show it. There's no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a prop gun. No evidence of what they would look like, okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from Lou Levin. Paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun. Or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that. In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert in here. He could have told you, no. Blank cartridge shell casing look exactly like non-shell casings. They're steel. They could have done that. They didn't ask one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Lou Levin, about it. Who's not an expert, but he knows enough. He gave him all the answer. So yes, they do eject. Talk about paper, bullets in the front. Describe what the casings look like at all. Or how they would have split or not split. Or were they shiny metal things that like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, the police found nothing, no evidence of a shooting whatsoever, no bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars that were parking up right there. And of course, no shell casings. This bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But really, I want you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half later. It flies in the face of common sense, provides reason. And what does the prosecution do to try and get around that devastating fact in the case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, officers, if it was possible to use the shell casings. you sit here, can you say to a certain, that's the questioning there, please. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on East Elm? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible. Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you promised about never getting that work here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers didn't know exactly where to look. They said that to you in their opening statement. They didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that showed the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images. Okay, there's the goal. Right, jump up here on. Oh, no. Does everyone see my blocking? Okay, so here's the officer searching. Yeah. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, and they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who really first swore was him. To you all swore was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him, but it was him first. But some news coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching. Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the prop gun was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or you have to do that? Yes. We'll do that later. But anyway, you remember the wall here. We'll show it. It's near the corner of East Del Mar and Selma. And this is where at one point you saw 12 run into. What happened right here? They're looking in the exact right spot. But we didn't know where to look. They just said that, they had these videos. They're videos. So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a prop gun, one thing is certain. The police searched that exact same location that Relly said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene. Well, now he didn't return to the scene because now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Thanks. Well, it's in trouble. It's just a sign of working something. 5 minutes. Okay. Anyway, it's the same exact location. I don't know why they said they didn't know what location was. They were there. They got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Relly, Rocky Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Relly shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights. Impossible. Those were not there 15 minutes after this fight. They were not there. So what does the prosecution do? And Relly then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Relly on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because in the first part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. Perjury. He said, yes, that's me, 1109 now. That's me. Yes. And Mr. Perjury, you sure? I'm sure. Well, weren't you wearing a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So it was always had to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. It was possibly additional. So the solution to that not being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked Detective Flores, was this guy? Oh, this is Rhoda's testimony. Okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's okay. I just said all that to you, but there is in the transcript, just in case I brought up. Pick that up at a whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So, they said, just to you just now, I'm trying to go a little bit by this one, I'm trying to by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that was Relly. I made a mistake to you. Relly swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my opening. He swore to you on the oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change testimony. Oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Relly said he had returned to the scene for. The officer Detective Flores talked about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Relly told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area and recovered those shell casings. You know the video doesn't show you that, not that video. What other problem does the prosecution have with Relly's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Relly claims he took at the scene, were timestamped on his phone. And they showed the photos were actually taken at 11:40, between 11:45 and 11:48. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they had a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back at 11:09 with Relly returned to the scene in that video. And despite the fact that Relly told you at this trial he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness, again to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Relly, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Need about 5 more minutes, do it one side.
No.
Okay.
2:45 is really great.
Okay, can you put through now?
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the room, doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you about 15 minutes.
Hold on 1 second. I got food in my mouth. All right, y'all. I'm not impressed. I'm going to be perfectly honest here. I'm lost. I've done a little bit of work since I've been on here. I'm going to be honest. I was checking emails. I've been on social media, on Instagram. I've gotten up and heated some food up. I've talked to my family. I've done all of this during his closing argument because it just didn't. Now, the prosecutor was very repetitive, but they were more clear and concise. I was able to follow where they were going. Oh, we still got, wait a minute, what's happening? They're not letting us hear it? Are they arguing? They must not be letting us hear it. Oh, they're going to fight. I want to hear these shenanigans. What? Y'all not going to let us hear it? No? Oh, shucks. He is pissed. My phone is charging. I can't call Dennis. My phone was about to die. What is happening here? Let me see. Wait a minute. I want to hear all of this. This might be the best part of the trial. Shoot. Let me see. Did they tell them they can't? Let me see. Let's see what Court TV got going on. All right, we're gonna have to go to the court.
Those are affordable issues to the state bar. The court knows it's not true. I know you know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And then finally,
Go back. Hold on.
he has repeatedly misstated the standard of reasonable doubt. There is no standard whatsoever where you can say.
Let me see if I can go back a little bit. Okay, wait a minute.
The lawyer, I'm talking about the defense. The defense has said as follows: we're trying to win at all costs. We only care about winning, not just.
Didn't I sustain that objection?
No, you did not until the fourth time I asked it, Your Honor. I objected 4 times. Let me continue. We suborned perjury, stated 3 times. I objected each time. We could have called the worst of them all. We could have called Haji. The court knows we found out about him that morning. The court made a finding that their discovery violation was not inadvertent. That means it was intentional. That means it was not accidental. They got up here and just told this jury that they didn't hear from this witness Haji, that we could have called him. The court knows we have a hearing about it. It's been very clear. The court found that they were not honest in what they provided. They were not honest about when they actually turned the information over. And now he's up here and able to argue that. And when I object, basically I'm told it's overruled. I mean, Judge, the problem is the court made these findings. The court said you could not disparage lawyers. Let's be clear, anything that he had said was true. We suborned perjury, that we don't care about justice. Those are affordable issues to the state bar. The court knows it's not true. I know you know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And then finally, he has repeatedly misstated the standard of reasonable doubt. There is no standard whatsoever where you can say that each one of these are, quote, reasonable doubts. That is not a correct standard. The standard is looking at all the evidence in total. Did the people prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? It is improper to say, if this fact is wrong, that is, quote, a reasonable doubt. You can argue that that evidence is important enough, etc. So they're misstating the reasonable doubt. But more than that, Your Honor, they're disobeying the court's order about disparaging other lawyers. I object, the court lets it go.
No, wait a minute. I don't let it go. If I see or I think that Mr. Tacopina is disparaging you or you are disparaging him, I will put a stop to it.
Judge, I objected 4 times. You overruled all my objections. You finally sustained an objection. And when the court sustained the objection, I made clear that my issue was the second part of it, which had to do with they were in essence disparaging both of us. Your Honor, I mean, it's not a hard question. They're saying we suborned perjury 3 times. Your Honor, that's improper. It's misconduct.
I didn't hear that.
Your Honor, it's in the record. 3 different times he said we suborned perjury. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. Is that it?
He said they perjured themselves.
If it was said, then I should have stopped it. But I don't remember if it was said. You have made so far 9 objections, 6 were overruled, 3 were sustained.
The problem was,
Therefore, what?
the problem was, I believe the first 5 I made were all overruled. The court, Your Honor, I've been in front of this court for 30 years. The court knows who I am. The court knows what my ethics are. I'm not going to sit here and tell the court that I'm objecting when he didn't say it. He said repeatedly, we suborn perjury. Your Honor, that statement in and of itself is severe.
All right, all right. Can you, in the break, can you state? If that was said, then I'll bring it to the attention of the jury.
Your Honor,
That's an improper statement.
This is what I'm asking. This guy can go after our witness for months. He can even misstate the evidence. What he cannot do is he cannot argue, A, why we put a witness up there. He cannot say that we suborned perjury. He cannot say that all we care about is winning. He cannot say that this is supposed to be the pursuit of justice and the prosecution doesn't care about that. He has said all of those things. He needs to stick to the evidence in the case. Either he doesn't know California law or doesn't care. And Your Honor, the court's already found, and the worst of them, and I want the court to instruct, he got out there and argued, why didn't you hear from Haji? The court knows, Your Honor, the court made a finding.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, will the court do something about it? Will the court instruct that that was improper argument?
All right.
Can I respond?
No. Failure to call logical witnesses is permissible. You're going to have a rebuttal argument. You can address it in your rebuttal argument as to why you didn't call it.
Your Honor, with this all I'm asking, Your Honor, and I'll just last I'll say it. The court knows what happened. We've had many hearings on this, etc. They hid the evidence. They presented it late. They had repeated orders to turn over statements. He got up and said, that's not the statement of the witness. 1054-3 is very clear. What they gave us is supposed to be the statement of the witness. When he's standing up saying, well, that's not his statement, that was his statement, that's what they had to turn over. So yeah, Your Honor, I can go back and I can go and argue in court and say, well, it's just both sides are arguing. But Your Honor, there are rules for a reason, and we follow them. You have not found one instance in this case, not one, where the people did not comply with discovery, where the people did anything unethical. You've already found, you used the words, it was not inadvertent. Non-inadvertent, Your Honor, means they lied and they intentionally did not give us.
I don't agree with that. It's not, it doesn't mean he lied.
Your Honor, non-inadvertent.
Don't argue with me. I don't think it means he lied. I just said it was not inadvertent. That's the extent of my finding. It was not inadvertent. I'm not going to debate with you whether they were or were not lying. I don't believe it was a lie. I want to give the court reporter a break, and we'll take a break until 3 o'clock.
Before I have to just respond to the director. One thing, I don't want to upset the school, so we can do it.
You're not going to upset me.
No, I'll be quick. I don't want to be perfect. I'm sorry. But there were some things that were said that were just wrong. First of all, they called our witnesses liars in their submission. So I'm calling their witnesses a liar, which he admitted to be, by the way. So I mean, if our witnesses are lying, and I put them up there, obviously they're saying we came up with this popular story. So they're saying I didn't object. They say I'm supporting her. That's what they're saying. Number one. Number two, I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's mine. I can't say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. If you say it is, I won't say it again. But the other thing, Your Honor, I didn't argue that that wasn't a statement. I said it's not a sworn statement of 12B. It's not a recorded statement. I said it's a summary. I'm accurate in describing it. It is a summary. I'm just going through what I said. You know, they disparage our entire defense mockingly. So I'm giving them a little bit back. I don't think I'm doing something.
I'm going to interrupt him. And he didn't interrupt you.
You know, and the thing that he said, though, first of all, I disagree. I think one fact of relevance would be for reasonable doubt. The jury finds he's incredible on one thing of importance, like the shell casings. That's a reasonable doubt. If they so choose, it's up to them to decide what a reasonable doubt is. That could cause them to find not guilty. That's up to them. But it certainly is an argument that can be made. They can say, no, it's not a reasonable doubt. I can make that argument. I know. But the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's theory failed for a second. Because the one thing, and I know he said he has an issue with it, the one thing I never said was they could have called Haji. I wouldn't do that. I didn't say that. They could check the record. What I said was they spoke to him that morning. They had a recording of Haji. That was brought out to Lou 11. I said, if Lou 11 was inconsistent with Haji, we referred to the tape. I didn't say they could have called Haji.
I defied to show you where I said that. I would never have said that. We could have gone higher. It wasn't what to come. So I never said that. I just simply said what was on the record.
Anyway, if it was said, Mr. Moon, address it. If it wasn't said, then there's nothing to address. All right, we're off the record. I want to give Kathy a break.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't have watched this whole time if this how these people have been arguing, because this is ridiculous. So basically, I don't agree with the prosecutor. He's trying to misinterpret. He did call every witness that Rocky called a liar. He did that. What ASAP Rocky's attorney did was basically say they watch your, basically you knew that this man is on here lying, and basically the guy perjured himself, which is what it is when you lie under oath. What the prosecutor is trying to do is twist it where there's a due process violation when and oftentimes on appeal, that can be won on appeal when a defendant is found guilty, that the prosecutor was soliciting perjury, knew that it was perjury, knew that it was a lie, and continue with that lie or inference, or allowed the inference to be out there. That is a due process violation. And there are some people that have gotten their cases overturned. So what he's saying is, you're basically coming after my ethics as a prosecutor, saying that I am purposefully suborning perjury, knowing that it's a lie. So they're kind of, he's conflating a lot of this stuff that the defense attorney is doing, in my opinion. But yeah, this arguing is just ridiculous. The judge is like, he didn't interrupt you. You just hush, sit down somewhere. He's like sick of all of them. All of y'all can take your toys and go home. This is a trip. And then you have court TV. Let me see. We had to go to court TV because apparently Law and Crime, but I did go back to as far back as it went, even though we didn't catch it from the beginning. But yeah. You said it happens every day. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to watch that. That's ridiculous. What is their history? Cause this guy, right? He's from, what is he from? Tacopina? Is he from New York? Does he regularly practice in California? Clearly they have a history, because they don't like each other. And from my understanding, didn't they get this prosecutor is from another jurisdiction or something, or another district? Yeah, the Rihanna brought them beautiful kids to sway the jury. Rocky, good. Well, you know what? Tory Lanez had his son in there every day, and it didn't do not a darn thing for him. So we'll see. You said Law and Crime gonna take their breaks. No, Law and Crime was showing the picture, but they weren't letting you hear the audio. So he was Trump's attorney before he was fired. I'm not that impressed. I have to see some of the other work that he's done. Sometimes you could just have a bad day or be off your game. Every situation isn't perfect, but this closing argument, he should be able to do in his sleep. Like, I didn't hear all the, I just went off of the opening. I mean, what the prosecutor said, and I think I was able to at least come up with a flow and a theme. He's just all over the place. You got to have where they can follow you. I at least followed the prosecution. Again, they got very repetitive. Typically, what I would have added with the prosecution is, of course, you put the elements up there. He did say what it was not, but you put the elements up there and you say how all of those have been proven and it's beyond a reasonable doubt, and you explain what beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not any doubt, it's a reasonable doubt. And but I'm not really following the defense like that, but yeah, he's from Brooklyn. I could tell he was from Brooklyn by the when I heard him first. It's an aggressiveness with New Yorkers in New Jersey. They just have this innate aggressiveness. Like when I go to New York, they can tell I'm not from there, because when I walked in the courts, everybody is just loud and they just come at you like they just want to fight, and they could just be saying good morning. I'm like, you guys are so loud. I had to tell like one of the marshals in the court when I was at the Southern District of New York for something. I was like, you guys are just like loud for like the stuff that you do like makes me want to fight. Like it makes me put on a defensive mode by how you guys just interact. And they were interacting with the public, like going back and forth, calling each other names. The lady or the man called the marshal a name. The marshal called him back like, yo mama. I was like, what type of shenanigans is this? So New York is just a different place, man. So he pro-hocked in. Okay. All right. No, y'all aggressive. I love you for always, forever, for life, but y'all some aggressive humans, man. Woo, Lolisa, y'all aggressive. What you mean you not aggressive, Lolisa? This your brother, Lolisa. You forgot?
You's a clown. That's what you. Why don't you call me a cardboard bishop now? Huh? You tough? Call me a cardboard bishop now.
He's not gonna call you that.
Huh? Look on Facebook Live. Call me a cardboard bishop now. You clown. That's what you are. You clown. That's what you are. Why don't you say what you say on Facebook Live, sucker?
No.
I had to bring it to I had to refresh your recollection, Lolisa. Sucker. I'm sorry, Lolisa. I couldn't resist. Ooh. Yeah, he's in jail. He been trying to claim Lolisa's daddy for a long time now, Have you been putting money on his commissary, Lolisa? They was like, we didn't call you a cardboard bishop. They was trying to be all calm. He was like, you nut sucker. That's how he was when I was going to his trial. He would like stare me down, like try to intimidate me with his eyes. I'm like, bro, you got to do more than that. Like, I'm not from Brooklyn, but I am from Detroit. All right. We are no punks here either. So you're going to have to do more. If you stare at me or yell, by the time you get whatever out of your mouth with all of that talking, it'll be over with. So I'm not all of that intimidation. I sat right there on the front row like, hey, it was times where his family wasn't there, but I was there. I was there to see him off when he first went to jail. I was the only one in there. I was in there, and before the marshals remanded him to custody, they came up and was like, is he your family? Would you like to say goodbye to him? Because I was literally the only one there. Well, it was a couple of other people there, but I was the one that was like, that they thought was actually potentially related to him. And I had been there, the whole time. So they were like, would you like to give him a hug goodbye? I was like, and then I was so offended that they thought I was related to him that I couldn't even think straight. Like, oh yes, I would like to give him a hug before he leaves. No, I messed it up, Aaliyah. I fumbled the bag. That I fumbled because when they came on to me and was like, "Are you family?" I was like, "Nah," like it just came out. Like I was disgusted. You know what I'm saying? And so I fumbled it. Then after he was like, "Oh, okay," I was like, "Pam, what are you doing? You could have literally went over there and made him talk to you or be like, I don't know her, or like flip out on you in the courtroom," because he probably would have flipped out on me in that courtroom. I could have had a good story to go back and tell that I went to give him a hug and he told me to go to hell. You know what I'm saying? But I fumbled that bag. I wasn't expecting anyone to think that we were related and coming up to me. So yeah, I messed that up. That's one of the regrets that I have in my life. You said why I do the bishop like that. If that's your bishop, y'all talking about you not aggressive. If your bishops act this aggressive, then
In the rain, y'all. Slowing down the rain, but we working. We are working, y'all. Working. Stairs complete. White-headed steaks, y'all. Coming all together.
hey, what's going on with their stuff? Why is it buffering like that? Let me see. See what's going on over here on yeah. So yeah, that was my homeboy for the first 2 years of me YouTubing. I think he was one of my first stories. If you go back on my videos, and he gave me good content until he went to prison. Until about, when did he get sentenced? Like June or something? Until that time, we had a very, very good, we had a good situationship. You know what I'm saying? He hated my guts. It took him a while. Like I talked about him for about a year. He dragged everybody else. Then one day, he was at his little fake church service at his house. And I wish I would have recorded it or kept the clip. But he was at that. And then one day, he just got up and was pacing around like he was praying. And then he was like, "And that bald-headed Pam," and then he just went off. Like he had been holding it for months, and everybody was sending me clips like, "Yo, Bishop is going off on you. We can't believe this. He is going off on you. I don't know. She's a failed attorney. She's a YouTube lawyer. She must not really be licensed. Her husband is this. Her kids is..." Oh, he was going off on the whole family. He was like, the whole family can get it. Okay. I said, I wish a ninja that is claiming somebody else daddy would go off on me like this. Are you serious? So it was kind of funny. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of funny. He didn't think it was funny because the problem was he would come along with all of these explanations, and I just went and got the legal documents. He thought he could sway people he thought he had that mouthpiece, and I would just pull up the paperwork and show that he was lying, and he hated it. She don't even know what she's talking about. She lying. See, the paperwork ain't even real. She doctoring up everything. It's all a lie. I am not guilty. Hashtag not guilty. The Bible said, touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm. She gonna be in trouble with the Lord because she coming after me. He was going off on me every day. I was like, okay. You know what I'm saying? And I would say, you know, Lolisa know I love her. I'm like, Lolisa, go get your little brother, okay? Unfortunately, Lolisa's dad was a prominent figure in the community. And so he was able to attach himself to him because the daddy can't defend himself because he's no longer with us. He's with the ancestors. And so he ran with this narrative and even hyphenated his name on his own volition, started putting Miller Whitehead, right? He started hyphenating his name to Miller Whitehead. Okay, we back on. See, this is how you tell a story. You see how I engaged you guys until these people came back off break? This is what this man should be doing.
I asked Kathy, the court reporter, to check her notes, and she's able to do that. And there is an indirect reference, and it's not even clear, to Relly and embracing perjury. So far, Kathy has not found the word suborn. Embracing perjury, I don't even know what that means. But from here on out, if any counsel wants to state that a witness committed perjury, that's fair game. But I do not want either directly or indirectly any counsel accusing the other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury.
Hold on, y'all.
Other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury, touching on perjury. I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
Turning a blind eye?
What?
Turning a blind eye.
Not only untrue, it's improper.
Yeah, and stay away from that. They're only, they're winning at all costs. It's just, well,
That's over. Because they can say about the evidence, they cannot say prosecution is all they hear about is winning their case. All they hear about justice. That there's authority that says that is.
yeah, no, that's okay.
And judge,
Stay away.
you don't believe it's true.
No, I don't.
So,
And I know it's not.
See,
All right, so stay away from what the prosecution's motives are. Talk about the witnesses. Don't talk about the prosecution's motive. And when Mr. Lewin speaks, you're not to talk about the motives of Mr. Tacopina or Mr. Sealy.
Joe, you're free. You're free to comment on, hey, they didn't call this witness, etc. Just not that extra step.
All right.
Well, my explanation is much shorter now.
What's that?
My explanation will be much shorter now, so.
Like that. Explain it here.
Does have a personality.
Okay, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Folks, 9 a.m.
Oh, they done for the day?
All right.
Huh? Well, it looks like they're done for the day, so I guess I have to take it back that they'll have a verdict tomorrow because it doesn't sound like we don't even know when the jury is going to actually get the case. They said 9 a.m. What time? It's only 3 o'clock there. Did they just say that it was over? Wait a minute. The judge does not like none of this, okay? Let me see this. But that's what I was telling you guys is that he mentioned perjury and he said that he felt like it was perjury. Oh, no, wait a minute. Let's see.
I think someone may have a problem.
Who's got a problem with 9?
Aside from me, aside from me.
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
I don't have a problem, I'm not sure that I can make it by 9. I mean, I have to drop off my kids,
Oh.
so I come right after.
Can you do your best?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm gonna order everybody to be here at 9, but try to get here at 9, but if, you're late, you're late, I understand, dropping off your kids is important. So, be here at 9-ish. Okay? We're back on the record, all parties and council observers are present. And repeat it.
Okay, folks, so the whole notion of the person who used to be Relly is not Relly anymore, apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now, again, story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so it's a mystery man who showed up at the scene at 11:09, apparently. But one of two things happened here. Either that really was Relly, like you first said on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:40, 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene, ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relly actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. He could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes. She was probably busy doing what she does, but she didn't show up. Their burden corroborated with witnesses. I mean, the word of Relly, I think, is fair to question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list. Those sort of cool I put together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could come in here and say, yes, I went back with it. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing off the scene. While on that point, by the way, the photos taken with Relly's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them. But what you didn't see from the prosecution was GPS location data for those digital photos on Relly's phone. Why? I mean, they didn't show you, what else they didn't show you is GPS location data from Relly's iPhone to show you where Relly was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Relly's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions. Could have corroborated or not. After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone, just to show that he was, one, near Summit Avenue and Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That's from Detective Forrest's testimony, lest there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, it's important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Ill's, Elijah Lumunger's, ASAP Ill's, his call detail records, and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, Answer yes, okay. And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain showed that Elijah Ulunga, ASAP Mills' cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. Answer, I believe that's correct. Question, those records also show that Ills, I'm just going to refer to this Mr. Ills for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit. ASAP Ills' cell phone was near Mr. Mayor's residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer, yes. Subsequently after, yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ills? Why not for Relly, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about Ills that he was at Selma, Vista Del Mar and Selma that night during this. And you see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Ills was at 11:11 p.m., why don't they use Relly's GPS data to show you where he was at 11:11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions. Either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the line to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Ills for some reason, but not for Relly. So just take his word. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested, in this case, it's Relly. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not true. They just didn't do it. I want to pause here so this really sinks in. Detective Flores told you that he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of the alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer, correct. Because that could hamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense, because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that. No way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it, because whatever you see, you have to reject it. You have to. And that's exactly what Relly says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Relly's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Miss Earl's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you think you were hurt from her? The fact is, Relly didn't want her anywhere near the courtroom. Anywhere near the courtroom. Remember when I showed him a picture of Miss Parker, of his girlfriend? And I said, is that your girlfriend? He said, I don't know.
Well, is this Miss Parker?
I think TV does it 10 times on, but we're disturbed by that photo. But anyway, back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I mean, just anything to tell the truth about? I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not, I don't know. That's either yes or no. He couldn't recognize his girlfriend, and at one point he said, oh, she had makeup on. I mean, we're not talking about clown makeup, right? I mean, she literally said, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. That's the end of the day. The judge told you, we, the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They did. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case to testify than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture of all the evidence because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not find, not by a long shot. Why? Again, I need the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records of Morelli, or they could have shown you where he actually went after the incident. From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half? And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been especially if there's any question that video may not have been shown to Morelli returning, if that wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:11. So where was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get the evidence to say to get the GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get GPS. So we just have to accept it. And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of the witnesses, and it's in your reading and take back review there. But it says that a witness lies to you on an important factor in the case, or in his testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or you can just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here into the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, it's not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9mm, post those pictures on the Instagram. His 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said. You heard he owns a 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof or he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. That's another kind of perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about this. We have to spend a little time on this one because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm shell casings 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to shell casings. He lied about shooting. I'm going to show it to you. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury. And it was like a perjury miniseries. This next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, onto the next one. You got caught with that, then he went to another. It really was a glorious training. And you're going to see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact. Because we need to have access to 9mm shell casings. First he said, no, absolutely not. Then I wanted to make sure, I wanted to almost help him give a truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? He said, you fire a 9mm at a shooting range. Right, hit them off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. And I repeat that, definitely not? And he got all belligerent with me. He says, you heard me, definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Let's
move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found showcases at the scene. On the showcasing, you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. You heard me, definitely not. I didn't have a firearm. You got my firearm license a year and a half later.
So, you heard me, I think, because you did not like me, clearly. And of course, I asked him to confirm that answer. You heard me. Well, yes, you heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Efron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on October 19, 2021, 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out to Mr. Efron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns because you didn't have your license. And then he said, no, unless I was at a shooting range. And I said to him, sir, I just asked you, were you at a shooting range? And you said, definitely not. And I asked you again, and you said, you heard me, definitely not. He just made stuff up as he went along. Look at this.
Mr. Efron, you just told the jury, I don't know what I'm doing, 316, there's 216 my name, I'll be here. Officer, hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. So you didn't have your license. You just had a class, I was a shooting range.
I mean, you just saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range release? Maybe he did that? Definitely not. Twice that. And then explain why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearm license. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said, unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, he just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's took an oath. An oath. You know what oath means? Absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He didn't say it. That was blatant perjury right there. He witnessed another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in his courtroom after that, I think made it worse. After, you're going to see it, what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that yet, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm fire of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear it. That the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness all of a sudden adopted that. Let's look at this.
And where is it? And where is it? So we have a situation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California.
There was this stipulation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believe at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. I'm not saying it was a fault, I'm just showing how this played out with the witness. He put out the witness.
Right.
How he not.
The prosecution asked for a stipulation based on what has happened so far up until this point. They believed in good faith that it was outside California. The fact that it came as a surprise, I believe everybody. But
Well, except the witness, which is wrong.
everybody accounts with it.
Yeah, not believing everyone counts it, I just want to, just let this play out. How the witness.
Same objections, improper argument over this.
I explained to the jury, go ahead.
New Jersey is something like that already. Yes, that's not.
Next line. Okay. Last line was not Los Angeles, or not up there. So anyway, the witness then said, after hearing what we heard in the court with the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. I knew that, sure, he knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I would repeat them again, then heard argument and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Rose. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., and he was on Friday, I was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. to 11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you still heard about, of a video showing Relly at the shooting range that was played before you, alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club. Locations right there, it would say. Relly was tagged on that, it was tagged. So what does Relly do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50 that same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range. And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Relly as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made. So it's true. Something I said, it was straight in, but that's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making any mistakes, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, your Instagram account doesn't have anything about gun range. And he started saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Relly boss? Yeah, but, okay. Oh, close. I guess he didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one that happened to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor. What a coincidence. You know, what about all the other mistakes? What executives did you get Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer meet because of what happened here? You couldn't mention the name of anyone he met with. But he said they were on his phone. He checked his phone. Oh, there you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Relly, that you invested in? I mean, last year, it was last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Why? I mean, no one invests in property because you remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, and that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in the property? I don't remember. He didn't go back and check that. So remember that, just remember that one, how that all played out here. when considering his credibility. Really told you, it's not that. There's so many things in the Miami robbery thing that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. He got caught. He got caught live. It's made in New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it's definitely LA. That's clear perjury. So you know he didn't check his Instagram account why correct mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA. That wasn't truthful testimony. You've seen him testify in the courtroom. The witness who told you when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury, because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm going to show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any of my questions, any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you each lie under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm shell casings, because he was tired of answering my questions. I just know I do.
Well, this one on this topic, it's correct, just a few minutes ago. Okay. Okay, yes, I did. Okay, say yes? Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said definitely not? And to be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you.
So, did you look like you were confused by that question because he said he was confused by that box right now? When you said definitely not, I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th, definitely not. So do you look like you were confused? That's just, to be honest, there's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop talking with you, so I just said, Jesus. Just give me my $30 million and let's get this over with. He just told him to perjure himself. But you should believe him without corroboration. And we all know it wasn't mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he told the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew what was coming. And that's what the prosecution wanted to correct that mistake. I'll hold that. Let me move on. But again, that is not a minor factor in this case. That's not a minor factor. And it's not a game. This is life. Whether their so-called victim, Tyrell Efron, had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before the planes were found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's a funny thing about facts. Because facts won't get in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, as John Adams once said, one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes or our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Relly tells you, no matter how you want to interpret this testimony, no matter what they say. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Relly first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there, there was no shell casings there because he had a pop gun. He had a pop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, a half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later when his extortion attempts failed. One thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Relly did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's enough. That's beyond the fact that Relly had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know what you lied about. The prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Relly's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not William Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that would have done it pretty quickly for these. Not video. Relly first said that it was fake. When I showed him that video, it was fake. He didn't think anyone knew we had those videos of him at a firing range. And by the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. They had to. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. It would have been something to bring out to deal with. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine him, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before with 9 of those shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perjured himself. There's only one reason to lie about that. Talk about it. Heard about the magazine. I won't get that magazine. The Block 43, Mr. Perjury spent a lot of time on today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed that 2 weeks, I think it's 3 weeks ago now, he instructed there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started, 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward, great. That's January 2025. What about 2021, 2022? Well, not 2021, because they were covered in 2022, to be fair. 2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. They spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43, or not possibly. I mean, literally, that was the import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In any event, Lou Levin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lou told you. I don't know anything about this stuff personally. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly read a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, he told you. He told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson. He did, from his testimony. And because that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms, he left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away from where he purchased the thing. It would have cost more in gas than the $20 it cost for that magazine. But one thing you know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Little, they did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict his testimony. Absolutely nothing. Because it was true. I mean, At one point, he told you that magazine was never used. We have it. So, he told you it was never used. You can take this back, you have all the evidence with you. But the reason he told you it was never used, he just got a picture, then he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic. It's a cheap piece of plastic. That's why it costs $20. He told you it was never used because if you put this into a steel gun, a block, this is going to scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
No evidence. This is pure. It's virgin, as Levin said. There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to test this. They didn't do it. Not only did they not connect, well, the shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house, they didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. You heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked the detective Flores, you could find fingerprints on a piece of metal, right? And pretty easily said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that, because that's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like, chemical bullets. The show is one recovered, claimed to be recovered at the scene right of it, at 11:45. There's no GPS navigation. Anyway. They claim, Victor Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. My fingerprints are all over the cell right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing, molds, empties, portion. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you wouldn't get fingerprints? And he said, yeah, there could be. So that's one that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing. Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind knocked the fingerprint off the shell case. That's an excuse. It's not a fact. There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Alex, now where am I? All right, hold on. Human contamination, that's right. Human contamination. The detective said that human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off a shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were fired, the only person with an incentive to wipe it clean would have been Rel before he gave it to the police. Just like he wiped his phone thing of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They bring that out. We have to do that. So Rel wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them up with. And you know that's not true. There's no Dunkin' Donuts open at 11 p.m. at night, especially during COVID.
Objection suspended. Objection suspended.
Well, you decide that testimony is credible.
There's no testimony. Mr.
No, there's
Ms. Sanchez,
Sustained. about when Dunkin' Donuts are open until.
That's
The
not,
jury's job is to decide the credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
so here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide. Thank you. He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on it. You determine the credibility of that statement. He can't even told you that. You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite Detective Flores saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. He had to swear that to a judge. They never compared it to the shell casings, or even the magazine recovered in Rocky's house. That might help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Relly's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a few times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Relly said he found were Federal cartridges. Lululemon's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's be any question that that block magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look at your eyes. All you have to do is look at your eyes. To get to this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last thing. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're going to see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lou Levin told you, to look more intimidating, because it was a little thin Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, 12 and Lou both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation. They said, oh, conveniently, they both identified the belt and the extended magazine. So they both could identify, you know, the thing. They conveniently came up with these 2 different things to be able to say it was the same prop gun. Not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Lou put it together and probably saw it. That's the magazine. And, okay, I know we're doing it now. Okay. That's the, we'll use that point again, right? That's 2 on the screen. Sorry. That one see here? No, okay. Anyway. That's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do this where. How about now? We're good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lou Levin described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lou Levin described, that 12B described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's the extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this in real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
We'll break it.
Yeah,
folks.
all right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m.
That judge couldn't wait to say. He was looking at the clock like, wait a minute, because it says it's 7:02 here. So what, it's 4 o'clock, 4:02. As soon as it hits 4 o'clock, he was like, oh, we're out of here. Don't you bring up another clip, another slide, another anything. But I'm glad that he doesn't have to finish today, because he needs to go home and regroup, because I think he did better on the second half, but he was kind of all over the place. And all of that talking to yourself and mumbling and sounding like you have marbles in your mouth and talking fast, like he has to work on his cadence, because the jury has to understand what you're saying, and you need to converse with them. You need to have a conversation with them so they understand what's going on. Okay, what's going on? I guess nothing. I don't want to miss anything. But yeah, I'm not that impressed. I'm sure that they paid good money for them. I get what they're doing and some of the holes that are in this case. It's just I also got what they were doing at Tory Lanez and some of the holes that were in their case, but it's how you present it and how you relay it. So that's it, y'all. Thank you guys so much. We've been on here for 6.5 hours. I can't, promise I'm going to do this again, but I hadn't been on here for a while. So you guys deserve 6.5 hours of my time on today. So you guys didn't have to go watch it on another platform. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. What is that noise? Is that on my computer? That didn't happen a couple of times. Anywho, y'all, I'm about to get off of here. You said he went to the police 2 days later. Well, that's within 30 days. So most video recordings, usually they are available for at least 30 days before they record over them. So you got cameras in light posts. You have cameras in gas stations. People have Ring cameras. There are so many different video that could have shown so much. If you say you went that same day or whatever day that you did to go, like, and as soon as he came back to the police and said, I found these bullets, the police should have went and been like, oh, okay, so how did you collect this? Where'd you get this bag from? Like, and they should have investigated that. It was just a sloppy investigation. But with it being a sloppy investigation, that also goes towards the prosecution can use it. That it was that's why they didn't find the shells. That's why they didn't find the shell casing, because it was a sloppy, haphazard investigation. So that works on both sides. The defense can say, why didn't the police find it? But then you can see that they didn't really investigate very well. So that would be why. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You said it flew by, girl. Not some of these legs over here. But anyway, so we'll see what tomorrow holds. I wanted to go on live tomorrow and hopefully do another live, because there's supposed to be a response. For those of you that have been following me with the whole TD Jake saga, their response is due tomorrow. The week that I was off was when the motion to dismiss was filed. A lot of people did go over that. It just wasn't that great. It was okay to me, but I'm just interested to see how Jake's responds to the motion. So I'll probably go on live about that tomorrow. If I'm here at, 12 o'clock my time tomorrow, just, hopefully you'll get your notification if I choose to go on. But again, thank y'all for rocking with me. Thank you guys for all of the likes and the subscribes. I appreciate that. You said they probably told him to find some evidence. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. This case is wild to me. It's all over the place. I think the state brought it because of who it was, personally. That's just my opinion. I think that the police did not approach this as if it was going to be a prosecution. And they probably figured out who it was with APRocky, and they seem to take celebrity celebrities engaging in criminal activity, they take that more seriously than your average Joe on the street. If it happened to one of us, you know what I'm saying? Just a regular person. So this case is ridiculous. And you know, it may work. Maybe him being all over the place, it's like the jury is like, I don't know what to believe, but I don't believe that the state has proven their case, and so I'm just gonna let everybody go. Maybe that's what they're hoping for. That the outcome is we'll just let everybody go home and have a good day. I don't know. But we'll definitely know soon. So since he didn't even finish his defense closing, the prosecution still has a rebuttal. And so yeah, we may not get a verdict till about Tuesday, because they may not start deliberating at the earliest tomorrow afternoon, maybe. So this case is a whole mess. You said they expected him to take a plea. They probably did. He went to the police station with his knuckles scraped, and the police basically told him to take a seat. They don't care. I would. I'm like, how you do that? Looks like you fell off your bike or something. Exactly. They didn't take it seriously until dude found his own evidence. Yeah. Tracy said it was the fact that he only went to the police after his civil attorney told him they wouldn't take it without a police report. Because his whole thing was he just wanted to get money. How does it benefit him? And again, Rocky going to jail is not going to benefit him for real. He's not getting $30 million. That's the first thing. I can guarantee you that. You do not have $30 million worth of injury. Like, cut it out. But I do think that Rocky, like a lot of other people, that's one thing Tory Lanez did. He had a few people he paid off. Sometimes you just got to throw. That's what got him in trouble with Meg Thee Stallion, because apparently he was, it's alleged that he was trying to pay her off not to go to the police and all of that. But I think since dude really didn't want to go to the police, and he said it, that he didn't want to go to the police, I'd have gave him a few dollars. And then, I mean, he wouldn't have got no millions off of me, but he probably would have got a couple of dollars. Like, just this is, and I'm not admitting guilt. I will put that in the settlement. I'm not admitting guilt. I just don't even want to go through all of this. Now, the problem is with that is the police. What will stop the police from pursuing this, later? Like if they found out what really happened and they chose to pursue it, you just gave this man some money and you still may have to go on trial for this. So it's a catch-22. Tabitha said he built his own case and did. Courts are closed on Monday for the holiday, so Tuesday they'll probably have a verdict. I assume they're going to conclude everything tomorrow. I just can't see this judge allowing them to just go on and on and on for more hours. No, they're not going to have court on Monday, I don't believe. Tracy said Rocky doesn't have 30 million. His baby mama got 30 million. Exactly. All right, y'all. It's been fun, but I gotta run. I'm gonna holler at y'all later.